the 17th century is not the best time in Europe. Religious wars, famines, and epidemics. It's bad for everyone, but it's doubly bad for Jews. They are strangers, which means they are guilty of everything. The harvest failed. The Jews conjured up through Kabbalah to lime the good Christians. The river became shallow, and again there were Jews. They drink a lot of water. The ghetto is Jewish. It's right next to the shore, just 3 blocks away. And if an epidemic happens, then, and okay, if they just start to put pressure on taxes, you can pay off. Money is a lucrative business, but they can also expel you, depriving you of everything overnight. Or worse, immediately to the stake for refusing baptism, whether the hedgehog survived the pogrom. But not everything is as gloomy as it seems. There is America, in whose colonies, in search of a better life, many people have already moved, and also Australia. A distant southern land at the edge of the world, completely undeveloped, but quite habitable, and importantly, not yet under the rule of any European monarch. So why not? If other nations can establish colonies across the sea, why are Jews worse? Yes, of course, Australia is much further than America, but there is a plus in this. You can live and breathe freely, and also save up strength to return to the promised land someday, But this is a matter for the future, and for now 4 galleons have gone into the ocean, and if everything goes well, then in a year. But the year has passed, followed by the 2nd, the 3rd, and nothing. No one. So they died. That's what everyone decided, and this time they were wrong. It's just that not far from the Cape of Good Hope, where the waves of the Atlantic and Indian Oceans meet, something went wrong, and a strange green fog enveloped the ships in the wake, and the sun suddenly jumped in the sky and reversed its movement, and in the east, or rather, where the east had just been. A huge moon, unlike the moon, appeared from behind the clouds, the light of which is as bright at night as during the day. What's it? It doesn't look like hell. It doesn't look like heaven either. In any case, neither devils nor angels are visible. But on the other hand, along the banks of a wide river, which the ocean suddenly turned into, meadows are green with emerald grass, and strange birds flutter among huge, previously unseen trees. So where were those who dared to cross 2 oceans for freedom and a new life? In 1543, the Polish astronomer Nicholas Copernicus, in his immortal work On the Rotation of the Celestial Spheres, removed the Earth from the center of the universe, proving that it was only one of the planets orbiting the Sun in the sphere of fixed stars. And a little more than half a century later, Giordano Bruno, burned by the good Catholics, developing the Copernican doctrine in his philosophy, argued that the Sun was by no means the center of the world, but just an ordinary star out of many stars around which planets similar to Earth also revolve. Bruno was burned, but to burn does not mean to refute. He was replaced by Galileo, who opened the lunar mountains and the moons of Jupiter with his telescope, thereby definitively proving that the Earth, as a planet, is not unique. So the answer is obvious. This is not Earth, but another planet, but very similar to Earth, or even not a planet, but a satellite, the Moon, since it orbits a planet similar to Jupiter, and maybe Jupiter. Galileo would have come here. He would have figured it out. But one thing is clearly clear. There will be no turning back, because this does not happen just like that. And since the local land is abundant and fertile, is it worth being dissatisfied with fate, going against the will of God, becoming like the prophet Jonah? Otherwise, this time, the whale's belly may not be limited. Fate will knock on the door one day, and you will go after her.
Mr. Van Weyden, may I come to you? A knock on the door tore Abraham van Weyden, the navigator of the Dutch East India Company, who had just returned from another voyage, from a state of blissful doing nothing. And although the cabin of the navigator, in fact the second person on the ship, is not much inferior to the captain's cabin, it cannot even remotely compare with the comfort of a room, not the most expensive portside tavern, where you can just sit in silence and solitude at the open window, looking at the forest of masts above the port, resting body and soul from the vicissitudes of the next voyage, making plans for the future or analyzing the life path over the past 3.5 decades. And now this. In all respects, a pleasant pastime has been unceremoniously disrupted. Who's that? Abraham van Weyden grimaced in displeasure. Who did the Sea Devil bring there on Sunday afternoon when all decent people, however, perhaps something really important is possible since they showed up at such an untimely hour? Well, we'll find out now. And he said, "Come in, it's not locked." The door swung open, and a man appeared on the threshold, whom Abraham van Weyden least expected to see here and now. A man in his late 50s, broad-shouldered, expensive, latest fashion clothes, a thick, short-cropped beard, a southern, somewhat Spanish-like type of face, the confident, tenacious gaze of the penetrating blue eyes. Clearly not a messenger from an East India Company or another trading company with a proposal to conclude another contract, or a neighbor on the floor who decided to drop by the seasoned sea wolf to listen to amazing sea stories. Most likely a merchant, and judging by his clothes, a foreign one from the south of Europe, from Spain, Portugal, or their overseas colonies. Perhaps the ship owner or the captain of a merchant ship. But whatever it was, the man is clearly with serious intentions. Abraham van Weyden's half-asleep state was instantly gone. He rose to meet his guest. Abraham van Weyden, with whom do I have the honor? Isaac Stern, a merchant from Hamburg. The newcomer introduced himself. And then, without a pause, he continued, "Mr. Van Weyden, I apologize for the possible interrupted rest, but I have a business proposal for you that may be of interest to you." A Jewish merchant from the free city of Hamburg, suddenly. Abraham Van Weyden once again appraised the guest. "And what will he offer? I haven't had to work for Jews yet." "Herr Van Weyden," Isaac Stern began after a short pause, sitting comfortably in an armchair near a table littered with papers. "I want to offer you a navigator's contract, under the terms of which you will need to take ships to the shores of Australia, discovered in 1606 by Abel Tasman. You, Ger van Weyden, are one of the few navigators in Europe with experience of sailing not only in the Atlantic but also in the Indian Ocean, since as a navigator of the Dutch East India Company they repeatedly went to Indonesia, to the colony of Batavia. You are in very good standing with the East India Company, and it's not that far from the colony of Batavia to Australia, so I think you'll be able to make the trip to Australia. Moreover, Mr. Van Weyden, I have managed to collect quite significant material about the expedition of Abel Tasman, including navigation records. They will be at your disposal, and this should make the task much easier." "Thank you for such a flattering assessment of my abilities, Mr. Stern." Abraham Van Weyden switched to German, wanting to show respect to the guest and practice the language once again. "And without false modesty, I can say right away that I am able to fulfill the terms of the contract, but do not consider it excessive curiosity and a desire to pry into other people's business. Why do you need to go to Australia?" "I have been to Batavia twice, and from my own experience I can say that it is far from paradise. And our Dutch East India Company is only kept in those places by the fact that India and China are not so far away. And I think you know as well as I do how much goods from the East cost in Europe. But in Australia, unlike India and China, there is no porcelain, no silk, no spices, none of this. Only savages. In any case, this is exactly what follows from the materials of the Abel Tasman expedition, with which I am also familiar, and I see no reason not to trust them. Or do you, Mr. Stern, have purely scientific goals? Explore a new unknown land. If so, I will gladly agree to participate in such an expedition, because it is also interesting to me. In the evenings, I put my travel notes in order." Abraham Van Weyden nodded at the papers on the table. "Yes, you're right, Herr Van Weyden." Isaac Stern also switched to German. "The plan has no commercial benefits, at least at the first stage. Scientific research will be carried out at the earliest opportunity, but the main goal is to establish a permanent colony in Australia in any place convenient for life." "Colonies?" Abraham Van Weyden was genuinely surprised. "But why, Mr. Stern?" Australia is 6 months away, America is 2 months away, and it is still far from populated. So who, and most importantly, why would go to such a distance if possible? You can, but not for everyone. Isaac Stern's voice rang with steel. We Jews are not allowed. We are Jews, Herr van Weyden. Many years ago, having lost our homeland, we scattered around the world, but we never became welcome anywhere. And if they were somewhere, it wasn't for long, while they were needed. One Alhambra edict of 1492 is worth a lot. Of course, the best thing would be to return the promised land once given by God to our people and recreate Israel. But in the current state of affairs, the balance of forces is such that it is not possible to do this with all the desire. We cannot defeat the Ottoman Turks. But there is another, simpler, but also a longer way, to establish an independent colony of Israel, where Jews could live freely, as in their own country, without fear of persecution just because they are Jews. And Australia, Geert van Weyden, is much more suitable for this than America, precisely because it is further away. After all, America, unlike Australia, has long been divided by the kings of Europe, even if in many ways formally. And as soon as it becomes known, and it will not be possible to hide it for a long time, that the Jews want to create in America not just another settlement, but an independent colony, a second Israel. The monarchs of Europe will do everything to ensure that the colony ceases to exist, and most likely together with the colonists. It will be much more difficult to do this with a colony in Australia. It is precisely because of the distance and, as a result, the huge cost of sending troops. So there is a great chance that the existence of an independent Jewish colony located so far away, and we will not immediately declare independence in order to gain maximum time to prepare for protection. In Europe, they will simply close their eyes, as an unpleasant but quite tolerable fact. Well, in the future, if it is possible to overcome the first difficulties and achieve, if not recognition, but at least the political neutrality of Europe, it will be possible to colonize the whole of Australia and begin to accumulate forces in order, maybe in 50, maybe in 100, or even 200 years to liberate Palestine and recreate Israel, leaving behind Australia has the status of an overseas territory. And Herr van Weyden, Isaac Stern lowered his voice. We, myself and those who share my views, have thought for a long time and have come to the conclusion that not only Jews, Jews by faith, but also Jews by blood, descendants of those Jews who, for one reason or another, changed their faith, provided they return to the faith of their ancestors, can become colonists. Children should not be responsible for their parents' affairs, and it would be foolish to alienate so many people who can be useful in our common cause, especially when you consider that by adopting a different faith, a Jew, and I mentioned the Alhambra Edict for good reason, could be not entirely sincere and pass this insincerity by inheritance. The last words were said quietly, almost in a whisper, but they made Abraham van Weyden, the navigator of the Dutch East India Company, a real sea wolf, who had been in fierce tropical hurricanes more than once and was used to honestly and directly looking death in the face, turn cold inside. This Stern, does he know? But from where? After all, he always did everything alone without witnesses. Or he doesn't know, but just guesses, assuming such a possibility itself, since he made inquiries about him. After all, it is no secret here in Rotterdam that Abraham van Weyden is not a pure-blooded Dutchman, but a half-breed. His father is Dutch and his mother is Spanish, but also that his mother is not just Spanish, but from Spanish Marans, that is, baptized Jews. Some of the living may also know. Not everyone was taken away by the plague overnight, as parents. And gold, as you know, can loosen tongues better than the strongest Jamaican rum. But even this is not so scary with his current status. You never know who and when someone had in their ancestors. Jesus was also a Jew. But if it becomes known that the good Christian Abraham van Weyden is a secret Jew, it's a bonfire. Do not repent. They do not forgive such things. These are not the books of Copernicus, Galileo, and Giordano Bruno to read. Meanwhile, Isaac Stern, a merchant from the free city of Hamburg, as if not noticing the condition of the interlocutor, continued in a normal voice. So, as you can see, Herr van Weyden, everything planned is quite logical and feasible, although, of course, not without difficulties. And now that you know everything, I would like to hear your decision. The amount of payment under the contract will be equal to the amount of payment for your previous voyage to Batavia. But I warn you right away, in case of refusal, there will be no claims against you. I'll just leave as if nothing had happened. I only need volunteers. You cannot build a new country under duress. Then consider me with you, Mr. Stern. Abraham Van Weyden smiled. I am ready to sign the contract right now. We will sign the contract in Hamburg upon arrival. It is more convenient this way. I am glad, Herr Van Weyden, that you are with us. Isaac Stern smiled too. And now, Mr. Stern, Abraham Van Weyden decided to move on to the practical side of the matter. I would like to know about the general state of affairs. They are at the completion stage, Herr Van Weyden. 4 new large tonnage 1,000 ton of the same type cargo galleons. Abraham, Moses, David, Solomon, converted for passenger transportation. The team consists of 25 people, 5 officers, 20 sailors, all with experience. At least 3 voyages to the Caribbean, Central, South, or North America. Recruited from Jews, either Isaac Stern Post, like you, Geir Van Weyden. In addition to the 25-man ship's crew, each ship will have 10 Marines to protect and maintain order. They were recruited on the same terms as the members of the ship's crew by me personally, or by my proxies. The 3 ships have their own navigators with experience of sailing in the Atlantic. You, Herr Van Weyden, are appointed senior navigator on the flagship Abraham. I am in charge of the entire expedition, and upon arrival I will become the head of the colony. Colonists, passengers with their families. There are 400 people in total, 100 people per ship. Of course, it would be possible to take more, but given the presence of children and women, as well as the duration of the voyage, I would not like to bring living corpses to Australia. They still have to settle in a new place. Upon arrival, if everything goes well after the settlement of the colony, 3 ships will leave for Europe for a new batch of colonists. 1 will remain in case of an emergency evacuation of the colony. Transit route, Hamburg, Azores for resupply. They belong to Portugal, whose heyday has long passed, and there is less chance of encountering some official Hidalgo, as in the Canary Islands, who imagines himself almost a viceroy. Next, Kapstadt is at the southern tip of Africa, where supplies are replenished again and the transition to Australia. Reasonable in all respects, Mr. Stern. But I have a question. Is it supposed to go from Hamburg to the Azores via the English Channel along the coast of Europe? Yes, Herr Van Weyden, but what is bothering you? The shortest and most traveled way. Pirates. Geir Stern, in the royal service. Relations between England and France have recently escalated again, but no one wants to start an open war yet. Each side prefers to poison the other's life with someone else's hands, and as a result, instead of working together to restore order in coastal waters, the English Navy catches and hangs French pirates. The French Navy catches and hangs English pirates, but neither side touches its pirates. Our Dutch fleet prefers to remain inactive, since neither the British nor the French are touching ships under the Dutch flag, at least not yet, preferring to hunt the Spaniards in the Caribbean, but for 4 cargo galleons under the flag of the free city of Hamburg that the British and the French can covet. So it is better and safer to go through the North Sea, bypassing the British Isles to the Atlantic. Of course, it will turn out to be a big detour, but that's what we'll do, Herr Van Weyden, Isaac Stern summed up. We don't need to take unnecessary risks. We don't need to meet with pirates. We have the wrong situation. When is the departure planned? In a month. I have to finish my business. I've already finished mine in Rotterdam. My schooner is in port. How many days do you need, Herr Van Weyden, to finish your business? Not at all. 15 minutes to pack, Mr. Stern. Abraham Van Weyden got up from the table. And I'm at your complete disposal. And a quarter of an hour later, 2 men came out of the tavern door. Isaac Stern, a merchant from the free city of Hamburg, and Abraham Van Weyden, hired by him, now a former navigator of the Dutch East India Company, and slowly headed towards the port, towards their fate. Chapter 2. Sea and Land Affairs. Sailing is the most important and exciting moment of the beginning of any voyage, when it still seems to be on land. But the deck is already swaying steadily under your feet, although standing at the pier, but the ship is ready to go to sea. And a completely different sea life is about to begin, with all its laws and rules. One for everyone, whether you're a cabin boy going on your first voyage, a seasoned sailor soaked in sea salt, a grey-haired captain, or a passenger. Yes, the passenger, or rather the passengers. Standing on the quarterdeck of the flagship Abraham Van Weyden watched as boats scurrying back and forth brought future residents of the colony of Israel aboard anchored galleons. The loading of everything necessary was completed a day ago, and in order not to take up space at the pier, the ships were taken deep into the water area of the port. "They'll get there in the boats," Isaac Stern stated in a peremptory tone to the question of the captains. At what time tomorrow should we approach the pier to receive passengers? Let them get used to a new life for themselves. There will be more to come. Yes, there really will be a lot more ahead. In this regard, Abraham van Weyden, having rich maritime experience, had no doubt at all, as well as that both the crew and the passengers would withstand anything and everything. Fortunately, there was something to compare it with, or rather, with whom. For in his youth, while still a simple sailor, he repeatedly crossed the Atlantic on ships carrying emigrants to overseas colonies. And someone looked longingly at the receding shore. Someone began to tremble at the sight of the endless expanse of water. Someone eagerly peered ahead along the course of the ship going across the ocean. In general, to each his own, each about his own. But here, everything is different. A single soldered monolith. People united by one common idea, the idea of creating your own new free country on the far shores, at the very edge of the world. And the steady gleam in his eyes is the best confirmation of this. And the general preparation of the expedition did not leave much to be desired. From magnificent galleons with cabins on the lower deck, both for passengers and crew members, including ordinary sailors, which in itself is unheard of, but quite justified in this case luxury, and to cargo, which in addition to a supply of water, food, tools, household items and weapons, also includes a supply of lemon juice as a remedy for scurvy, which is the scourge of sailors on long ocean voyages. But most of all, Abraham van Weyden was struck by the presence of a marine chronometer among the navigation instruments. In other words, a watch capable of walking with high accuracy on board a ship, which in itself was a kind of miracle, since even making a land chronometer is not an easy task, although it is quite possible for an experienced watchmaker who is able to carefully adjust and debug the entire mechanism, as well as adjust the stabilizer, the pendulum. And Abraham van Weyden, as an educated man and interested in various technical innovations, was well aware of this. But this is on land, when the whole mechanism is firmly on the ground, and in the sea, at sea, a ship rocks on the waves. And even if it is possible to manage to make a mechanism insensitive to pitching, it is still a pendulum. It is. And I found a replacement. I've been working on a marine chronometer for half my life, said the watchmaker, not without pride, a wizened old man with a talking surname Goldfinger, who, as the creator of the marine chronometer, was introduced to Abraham van Weyden and 3 other navigators by Isaac Stern. If they proved themselves well during the transition, and there were 4 chronometers in total, 1 per ship, then such a product will become our colonial monopoly. They will prove it, don't hesitate. Goldfinger nodded. My grandchildren have been shaking them for a month at the trials, and nothing. They go as one, neither forward nor backward, so I can vouch for the accuracy. A barometer recently created by the Italian Torricelli to predict weather changes based on changes in atmospheric pressure, as well as several large telescopes of unusual design, with concave mirrors instead of a lens, giving a much higher quality, not blurred and not colored, with a colored border around the edges. The image on this background did not make a special impression on anyone, and they were outstanding achievements in their field. The main thing is the chronometer. After all, if he really can work with the necessary accuracy in the open sea, then the method of determining longitude will be simplified many times. I compared the difference in the readings of the time of the culmination of the sun with the time at the 0 meridian that passes through English Greenwich, and here it is the longitude. There is no need to suffer with any star tables. In general, as Abraham van Weyden understood, using fairly well-established ties between Jewish communities in different European countries, Isaac Stern, when he himself went through his attorneys, was able to collect many of the most advanced innovations from various fields of science and technology, thereby turning his large house, standing almost in the center of the Jewish quarter, into a real treasure trove of amazing things and knowledge, which was sometimes not suspected not only by the respectable inhabitants of the free city of Hamburg, who profess Christianity, but also by its Jewish neighbors. The conspiracy was doing its job, although by and large no one was overly secretive. And what, strictly speaking, is going on in particular? Well, a rich Jewish merchant set out to carry his co-religionists across the sea, so let him carry them. Who is worse off from this? To nobody. And the fact that part of his team is not from Jews, but from Christians is also not a big deal. Is it forbidden for Christians to work for a Jew? No, of course not, especially with them in the free city. Money, as you know, does not smell, unless of course you especially sniff, so. The empty boat, which had brought the last batch of passengers, rolled away from the side. "We're sailing!" Isaac Stern nodded to Captain Olaf Larsen, an old acquaintance of Abraham van Weyden, a burly, red-bearded Norwegian who looked somewhat like a medieval Viking. And after all, who would have thought that he was too? The creak of the capstan, the anchors are up, and the galleons, caught up by the current, lined up in the wake, begin to slowly descend to the mouth of the Elbe, to the exit to the North Sea. The sailors are briskly climbing the shrouds, setting sails. The passengers, lined up at the sides, trying not to interfere with the work of the sailing team, wave to the mourners. It is a painfully familiar picture, seen many times by Abraham van Weyden, but this time it is mixed with some strange, completely new, unfamiliar feeling that something in the surrounding world has subtly changed. Yes, it has changed for him personally, irrevocably and forever. And then comes the realization that this feeling is freedom. Freedom from the fear of exposure, freedom from the need to pretend, freedom to be himself there, in the distance, beyond the blue expanse of the ocean, in a new country, off the distant shores, where this beautiful sailing ship is now carrying him along with people like him, thirsting for freedom. The mouth of the river widens, turning into a sea expanse, and catching the light morning breeze with their sails, the ships, leaving a foamy trail behind them, go further and further to the horizon. The shores of Europe are hidden in the distance. Chapter 3. The Sea Hare. Thanks to a fair wind and good weather, within 2 days it was possible to cross the entire North Sea without any adventures, and circumnavigating the Orkney Islands, enter the Atlantic Ocean. The watch changed watches, the crews of the ships gradually got involved in the work, and the passengers, gradually getting used to the pitching and getting rid of seasickness, got used to the new role of contemplators of a vast expanse of water, now without any signs of land for many months of crossing to the Azores Islands. And it would seem that it is unlikely that anything can significantly disrupt the established order. But human life, as you know, is full of surprises, and therefore on the third day of the voyage, an extra passenger was accidentally discovered on board the Abraham. And it happened like this. Shortly after noon, a sailor appeared in Isaac Stern's cabin, just at the moment when Abraham van Weyden was finishing a report on the results of navigational observations, and with a somewhat confused look reported that an unknown man had been found. "I was hiding in the hold among the cargo, Herr Stern. They found it by accident. But he doesn't look like a fugitive. I have no weapons with me, only a chest with things. And the old one, about 50 years old, looks like a pharmacist or a doctor. It's too smart to look at. The Marines are guarding him now. The captain sent for you." For a few moments there was complete silence in the cabin, broken only by the lapping of the waves overboard and the whistling of the wind in the rigging, after which Isaac Stern, uttering something like the roar of a lion, left the cabin with the most resolute air. Abraham van Weyden followed him, perfectly understanding the condition of the head of the expedition. Actually, there was nothing out of the ordinary about what happened. Similar cases, although infrequent, have happened. When, driven to despair by poverty and lack of light, a person unable to pay for moving to the colonies, in the hope of a better and happier life, secretly made his way aboard the ship and found himself only at a considerable distance from the shore, knowing full well that for the sake of one person no one would come back, as well as throw away overboard the self-appointed passenger. Well, at most they will pull out a line for such a thing, and even then it is unlikely. It's no use, it won't make any more money. Most likely they will sign up for the team for the simplest jobs, scrubbing the deck so that they don't waste bread and at least pay for the move. But this is on ordinary ships going to the American colonies. Their case is different, and it is still unknown what this seemingly intelligent pharmacist or doctor could find out and hear in 2 days in the hold, and therefore even to the point of being locked up until they arrive in Australia. But in any case, back to Europe, at least before the official proclamation of the independent colony of Israel, his path is blocked. The deck was full of people, and near the mainmast, under the protection of 2 Marines, there was a man, indeed, aged about 50, of short stature, although rather strong build, balding, in cheap, very shabby clothes, resembling in appearance, but not a pharmacist or a doctor. In this respect, Abraham van Weyden did not quite agree with the sailor. Most of all, the self-appointed passenger looked like a university professor. In any case, at the University of Padua, which Abraham van Weyden was lucky enough to visit, the professors looked exactly like this. If, of course, you put a professor's robe on the unknown instead of his rags. "I, Isaac Stern, am a ship owner." Isaac Stern gave the self-appointed passenger an unkind look. Miguel de Torres is a physicist, astronomer, and mathematician. I'm sorry, Mr. Stern, that I had to sneak aboard your ship, but I had very good reasons for that. I am quite solvent, and I can pay for the move. De Torres slapped his side, which made a slight metallic clink. He's wearing a coin belt, the Marine commander explained. Claims to be gold, but we haven't checked. Gold, De Torres nodded. So at least double the fee for the move. I don't need a cabin. I can be satisfied with a place in the hold, and I won't be a burden to anyone. Moreover, the last phrase was pronounced in Hebrew, and during the next hour, everyone gathered on deck had the opportunity to hear the amazing life story of Miguel de Torres, who came from a family of wealthy Spanish Maran Jews who devoted himself to science. Familiar with many prominent scientists in Europe who listened to the lectures of Galileo Galilei himself, and now has to flee overseas under threat of persecution from the Inquisition for defending the Copernican system of the world. They've been grinding their teeth at me for a long time, Miguel de Torres sighed. I thought that if I moved to Hamburg, it would be quieter. Still, a free city where the Inquisition is not particularly in favor. But a few days ago, I noticed that I was being followed and realized that either a bag on my head and a bonfire wherever in Rome or Seville, where I come from, or I need to move overseas. But it was impossible to sail in the open. They would have found me in the colonies. But at the port, I found out that 4 ships, the ship owner of which is a Jew, are transporting Jews to the colonies, and I thought that this was the best thing for me. They won't give their own away. At night, just before sailing, I swam to the Abraham. I had nothing, just a chest, climbed the anchor rope and into the hold. I sat there for 2 days. I was already thinking of going out myself, and then they found me. Yes, you are right, Senor de Torres. They don't give away their own. Isaac Stern smiled. But answer me directly, did the Inquisition persecute you only for science or even for secret Judaism? And seeing how pale de Torres turned, he continued. Don't worry, Senor de Torres, there are no Christians here among us, and on the other 3 ships at all, either Jews or formerly Christians, but in fact secret Jews. Yes, me too, but... Do you want to know why we don't hide it? Isaac Stern smiled again. Because we are not going to America. Our goal is Australia, where an independent colony of Israel will be created, in which Jews will be able to live freely, professing the faith of their ancestors, not pretending to be Christians, and not being afraid of anyone. And all you see here is the first batch of colonists. And America is just for show. You know, in such a case you have to hide a lot. So you were in the right place at the right time, Senor de Torres. Welcome to the ranks of the colonists. We need smart and educated people, but forget about paying and moving in the hold. We have enough space. Give me some water, de Torres finally asked, who was in a semi-fainting state. Inside or on your head? Rebbe Michael Finkel, who was not only a rabbi but also a doctor, asked, thereby wishing to bring a newly arrived resident of the colony of Israel to himself through a joke. If you can, Miguel de Torres literally choked on a laugh, and so did everyone else. That's how the acquaintance ended. In the absence of available living quarters, Miguel de Torres was accommodated in the mess, where his simple luggage, consisting of a chest with books and writing materials, was transferred. And in the evening, Miguel de Torres, who had already moved with everyone on board by that time, and having received permission from Isaac Stern, read to everyone, of whom there were many, a lecture on the structure of the world according to the Copernican system, which led Abraham van Weyden to organize training courses for navigators as a reserve for the future. After all, the colony of Israel will grow and develop, and this is impossible without regular communication with Europe, and therefore in the near future they will need experienced navigators capable of plotting the course of the ships of the future Jewish fleet. Chapter 4. On the Edge of a Knife. Almost 4 weeks of the journey to the Azores flew by unnoticed. Only once did a storm hit, indicating that autumn had already come into its own in the northern hemisphere, and a couple of times the sails of oncoming ships flashed on the horizon. That's all the incidents, and despite the fact that no one was particularly bored, the navigation school opened by Abraham van Weyden operated, and Miguel de Torres periodically organized lectures on one or another ship of the small squadron, thereby increasing the general educational level of future colonists. Everyone was looking forward to calling at Ponto Delgada, the main port and capital of the Azores, where you can not only feel solid ground under your foot, but also eat normally, because the daily soup with corned beef and breadcrumbs, even seasoned with vegetables, which, like lemon juice, were given out to prevent scurvy, was already pretty fed up. I wanted something fried, fresh from the spit, with good wine and fragrant white bread. And all this awaits on the shore, in the cozy taverns and taverns of Ponto Delgada. But such bright hopes were not destined to come true, and it was only by a lucky chance that Ponto Delgada did not become the end point of the expedition. But about everything in order. The island of San Miguel, the largest and most populated of the entire Azores group, appeared shortly after noon, floating out from behind the southwestern horizon. But despite the fact that the weather was great, a light breeze and almost no waves, the ocean was deserted, and this immediately alerted Abraham van Weyden. After all, the Azores are the main transshipment point for ships going to South America and the Caribbean islands. And in the old days, ships were crowded here. But there's no one here, and even if we assume that they were just lucky not to meet any ships here and now, then where are the fishermen? There was always enough fishing stuff in these waters, but here everything seemed to have died out. Extremely strange, to say the least. I, Herr Stern, agree with Herr van Weyden in this regard. Captain Olaf Larsson lowered the telescope after another inspection of the horizon. Something's not right here, and even if we assume that the pirates staged a raid on San Miguel, as has happened more than once, then this does not concern the fishermen. The pirates do not touch them. Moreover, we are at the western tip of the island, and it is not close to Ponte Delgada from here, and there are no more tidbits here for pirates. "There's a sail on the starboard side!" the lookout shouted from the foretop. "Where is he?" Abraham van Weyden fumbled with his telescope. "Oh, here it is!" Two ships appeared in the field of view of the telescope, steeply to the wind, under full sail. The frigate sloop. Moreover, as it followed from the flags, the frigate was French, but the sloop was English, which was extremely strange, in the sense that the political situation in Europe a month ago did not in any way favor joint actions by ships of the two countries. And here is such a strange defiling in all respects, instead of grabbing each other by the throat, but it seems with the clear intention of running away from something. In any case, from the results of observations of the actions of both ships, Abraham van Weyden got exactly this impression. But in this case, a completely natural question arose. What could scare both the British and the French so much that they were trying to escape, jointly forgetting about any political contradictions of their countries? If they are pirates, then with what forces should they attack Ponte Delgada in order to put two warships to flight? And if a one-on-one battle with pirates can pose a real danger for a sloop, then a frigate. If frigate is easily able to disassemble all pirate brigantines and schooners with its artillery for firewood. Herr Stern, will you order the guns to be loaded? Captain Olaf Larsson finally broke the long silence. No, you don't have to. We'll just raise a panic. Isaac Stern, without looking up from his telescope, watched the approaching ships. It's obviously not because of the pirates. There is no visible combat damage on either the frigate or the sloop, and it would not have been possible without them. Neither the British nor the French have ever been cowards, just to run away as soon as they saw the enemy. It's something else, but what? The question remained unanswered, but not for long. Taking even more steeply to the wind, the benefit of the oblique sailing armament allowed it. The sloop, approaching the Abraham, lay on a countercourse, and the sailor, standing on the quarterdeck, earned flags, and everything became clear. Moreover, it was so clear and unambiguous that Abraham van Weyden, who was familiar with the flag alphabet, literally moved his hat on his head, because the hair stood on end under it, because from the message transmitted by the English sailor, it followed. There is a plague in Ponte Delgada. Abraham van Weyden watched the frigate and sloop depart. At least you can fight off the pirates, but the plague, she... All that remained was to follow the example of the British and French. Because after such news, there could be no question of any call at Puente Delgada for rest and replenishment. It was more expensive for oneself. And moreover, at the General Council, it was decided to go straight to Kapstadt, without risking calling instead of the Azores, on the Canary Islands or Cape Verde Islands lying along the way, in case the plague got there. And along the way, explore the island of Tristan da Cunha in more detail for the possibility of creating a transshipment base there for ships going to Australia with future shipments of migrants. Because Kapstadt, for all its attractiveness in the form of a convenient bay and a well-established ship supply system, still belongs to Holland. And God only knows how the government of the United Provinces will react to the fact of the declaration of independence of the colony of Israel. So it is beneficial in all respects to have a transshipment base halfway out of Europe that is not controlled by any of the European powers, up to the declaration of the sovereignty of the colony of Israel over the island of Tristan da Cunha. We will keep this in mind as a possible option for the future, Isaac Stern summed up the council. Ger van Weyden, plot a course to Tristan da Cunha, and on the way, if we meet anyone, we will also warn about the plague in the Azores. We've been almost on a knife's edge today. If the plague catches us in the harbor on the roadstead, the whole thing is over. Perhaps no one would have survived at all. During the rest of the day, 2 more ships were met, a Spanish galleon and a Dutch fleet, warning their crews about the plague in the Azores. And then, it happened just before sunset, when another ship was spotted slightly off course and turned around to warn the crew not to go to the Azores Islands. But as they approached, it became clear that this ship, which turned out to be a medium-sized brig on closer inspection, was behaving strangely. Despite the raised sails, he did not follow the course, but drifted helplessly, prowling here and there under the blows of wind and waves with the complete absence of people on the upper deck and superstructures. The ship is adrift with the sails unfurled. An empty deck. Abraham van Weyden felt a slight tremor start to hit him for the second time that day, from the guess that was emerging in his head. Yes, this brig, it's... Isaac Stern lowered his telescope. The team is dead. God rest their souls. Geir Larsen, get the guns ready. Let's send the infection to Neptune. Will one salvo of Abraham be enough? I'm not sure, Mr. Stern. Captain Olaf Larsen looked appraisingly at the ghost brig. The ship is quite large. Then the whole squadron. Let the gunners practice. And a few minutes later, the general broadside of the galleon sent the plague brig on its last voyage to the bottom of the Atlantic, thereby ridding the world of the source of the Black Death that had tormented humanity for many centuries in a row, and gathered with each of its arrival an abundant harvest of human lives. Chapter 5: Entertainment and Adventures on the Island of Tristan da Cunha. If the depths allow, we will land here, Isaac Stern summarized after examining the shore through a telescope. Although the raid is almost open, but according to the barometer, no storm is expected. And most importantly, there is water nearby, and there is a lot of some kind of stream, almost a river. So, Mr. Larsen, lower the boats with the lot and let's hope that we will be lucky. The almost 2-month passage from the Azores to Tristan da Cunha Island had finally ended, and now the galleons lay adrift about half a mile from the northern shore of this uninhabited island, lost in the vastness of the South Atlantic, accidentally discovered in 1506 by the Portuguese navigator Tristan da Cunha, and named the island by his own name. They did not dare to approach closer than half a mile in view of complete ignorance about the possible navigational dangers near the shore, since Tristan da Cunha himself, being the discoverer, did not land on the shore, but only determined the coordinates of the island he discovered, marking the place of that on the map, which he limited himself to. Despite all efforts, it was not possible to find any references to later, more detailed studies of the island in preparation for the expedition, which suggested quite a natural assumption that perhaps this island lying away from the sea routes appeared before the eyes for the second time in more than a century and a half since its discovery, the Europeans, now looking at him with lust from the side of all 4 galleons. 3 months at sea is not an easy test even for a seasoned sailor, and what can we say about passengers who left land for the first time and were so cruelly deceived in their hopes for a full-fledged vacation in the Azores? But we had to wait, because there was a very real chance to land on a shoal hidden under the water when approaching the shore, or worse, run into rocks. And therefore, until the return of the boats with the results of depth measurements, not an inch forward to the shore. All that remained was to look at the island from afar with the naked eye or through a telescope. And there was a lot to see. A vast plateau, overgrown with a dense carpet of greenery, towering several hundred feet above the waves of the ocean with rocky, almost vertical shores, smoothly turning into an impressive mountain with a sloping, smoking peak covered with dazzling white glaciers shining in the rays of the rising morning sun. A typical volcanic island, which in ancient times rose from the depths of the ocean and now gives shelter to many seabirds nesting on the cliffs of coastal cliffs and other marine life, such as seals, who chose that part of the coast where the steep cliffs smoothly turned into a beach covered with black volcanic sand, near which boats were now scurrying, conducting soundings the depths. And it seems that we are not the first here in a century and a half. concluded Abraham Van Weyden, drawing attention to how the seals basking in the sun were alarmed at the approach of the boats. Through the optics of the telescope, it was perfectly visible that the small herd lying on the shore did not just show concern at the appearance of something previously unknown to them. And as one, they all got up and rushed into the water. That's how it is. Isaac Stern thought for a moment. In this case, when exploring the island, you should pay attention to possible traces of human presence. And one more thing, he said to Marine Commander Aaron Yeager, who was standing next to him. Herr Yeager, set up posts and maximum vigilance at night. Everyone, including the group that will explore the island, should be armed with new-style rifles. It is possible that the pirates have a base or a warehouse of loot here. It's too convenient a place. Of course, they are unlikely to be here right now, but it will not be superfluous to take precautions. Moreover, we are no longer in Europe and there is no point in hiding our new products anymore. One of the novelties. Abraham Van Weyden mentally corrected the head of the expedition. Because the guns they have of a new type or shotguns with a shock igniter are indeed an order of magnitude superior to the flintlock rifles that are becoming more and more widespread in Europe. Firstly, double-barreled, which gives the advantage of a second shot without reloading. And secondly, most importantly, instead of flint, a copper cap with a special substance on the bottom is used to ignite gunpowder, which is put on a brand tube with a special substance on the bottom that ignites when the cap is pulled. A huge step forward compared to a flintlock in which a spark can easily be blown away by the wind. Or worse, the seed powder on the shelf will get wet, then you won't shoot at all. And the flash in front of the eyes of this very seed powder on the shelf is also an unpleasant thing, not to mention the fact that at night it unmasks the shooter. And there is none of this here. Load and shoot, of course, if you know how to make an igniter substance, the composition and method of manufacture of which is a strictly guarded secret designed to give the colonists an advantage in the event of a very likely war for the independence of the colony of Israel, as well as branch shells for cannons. A considerable number of them are stored in the pit chambers of all 4 galleons and are capable of turning any ship in their affected area into a bonfire. Moreover, Abraham Van Weyden had the opportunity to observe the effect of these brand shells during the transition from Rotterdam to Hamburg, when a pirate sloop tried to attack their schooner near the entrance to the English Channel, considering a small 2-masted vessel armed with only a few swivel guns, a relatively easy prey. And what was the surprise of the pirates already ready to board, when the schooner under the flag of the free city of Hamburg, instead of trying to escape or drift and surrender to the mercy of the winner, suddenly fired a broadside from a long range, but not with ordinary cast iron balls on the hull or buckshot on the deck, as it always happened, and something strange and incomprehensible, spewing out of the barrels of their seemingly harmless swivel guns a moment ago, fireballs of dazzling white flame shining brighter than the sun. Moreover, the fire was conducted with exceptional accuracy, since 2 of these 3 truly diabolical shells directly hit the hull of the sloop. The third, having passed with a flight, or maybe it was intended that way, before plunging into the water, set fire to the sails, opening over the heads of gentlemen, monsieur, and maybe the lords of luck. The pirates did not bother to raise the flag. A real fiery hell. However, in terms of the intensity of the burning, many times inferior to the hell that opened up on the deck of the pirate ship, because the 2 remaining fire projectiles crashing into the sides almost instantly set fire to the tarred wood of the hull and deck flooring, emitting such unbearable heat that it was absolutely impossible to extinguish them, no matter how much water was poured. Gorenge. And as a natural result, there was panic among the team and an explosion of gunpowder in the hook chamber. That's it, gentlemen. There were pirates and there weren't. Isaac Stern summed up the fleeting battle, looking through a telescope at the smoldering wreckage on the water. And there is no one to save. No one survived. Maybe it's for the best. The executioner has less work to do, and we don't need witnesses. The course is the same. Hamburg. And we are not here, and never have been. What kind of shells are these, Herr Stern? Greek fire. Abraham Van Weyden, who was in a state of deep shock from what he saw, could only squeeze out a question. Rather Indian, although perhaps the ancient Greeks also used something similar. But I bought this recipe from an Indian. It was expensive, though I had to pay. Isaac Stern paused, taking another look at the pile of wreckage that had recently been a pirate ship far astern. But as you can see, it justifies itself. And you can't put it out with water. It burns so that the iron melts. So, if the pirates had something more serious today, a brigantine, a brig, a frigate, or even a battleship, the result would be the same. We, Herr van Weyden, in the event of a war of independence, will be like David and Goliath. In a fight with swords or spears, David had no chance against Goliath, and he, knowing this very well, used a sling. So these brand projectiles are also, in a way, our David's sling, and not the only one. But more on that later. Herr van Weyden, but for now without too much publicity, you know. Uncle Abraham, will there be an eruption? And that's how the volcano smokes. The question of 12-year-old Mordecai, or Mordi, because of his young age, distracted Abraham van Weyden from the memories of events 4 months ago. I don't know, son, but I hope not. It's only in the stories of Senor de Torres that the eruption looks beautiful, but in fact it's not good. One ash is worth a lot. We once got caught with our captain Geir Larsen under an ashfall near Iceland. The ship had to be rebuilt for half a day. Yes, a son, or rather a stepson, because a little more than a month ago, on the day when they crossed the equator, moving from daytime to midnight countries, on board the flagship galleon Abraham, according to the Jewish rites, according to the law of Moses, the wedding of the senior navigator of the expedition, Abraham van Weyden, and the youngest daughter of the creator of the marine chronometer took place watchmaker Goldfinger Sarah, only shortly before sailing. Thanks to a happy coincidence, the Amazon jungle knows how to keep its secrets, having got rid of the status of a straw widow in which she spent more than 10 years. Their first acquaintance took place back in Hamburg, and then, living in the confined space of a ship brings people together willy-nilly. Moreover, a woman cartographer, because thanks to her natural talent for drawing, Sarah copied maps perfectly. So what more could you want? And as a natural result, now Abraham van Weyden's cabin has become a little more crowded, but much more fun. Finally, the boats, having completed depth measurements, returned with good news. There are no shoals and reefs. The bottom is sandy. The depths allow you to anchor within a couple of cables from the shore. Great! Isaac Stern turned to the captain with a satisfied smile. Geir Larsen, send a message to the squadron. We go to the shore and anchor. And here it is. It has happened. After 3 months of the ocean, when there is water and water all around, and the whole habitable world is just a ship, and your feet feel the wooden deck swinging to the beat of the waves day after day, the keels of the boats grate on the coastal sand, and people jump ashore. Earth, finally, the earth. And let this land, this coast, be uninhabited and wild, and there are no hospitable taverns where you can spend your time enjoying the coziness and comfort after a long sea voyage. This is Earth! Earth! But the euphoria of landing did not last long. Isaac Stern has loaded everyone with work. The passengers set about setting up the camp, and the team replenished fresh water supplies from the waterfall forming spring flowing from a crevice in the coastal rocks. Some of the boats, taking a fishing net, went to sea again, promising, in case of a good catch, a fish day, since the daily corned beef with breadcrumbs had long been standing across the throat. Thus everyone was in business one way or another, with the exception of the children, who frolicked, ran along the shore, spending the energy accumulated during the forced sitting on the ships. It was they who made the discovery, which brought considerable benefit to the expedition in the future. Although, to be precise, the discovery was made by Mordi, who, being the owner of a telescope given to him by Abraham van Weyden, together with his friends climbed the beach overlooking the beach to better look around the neighborhood. "The ship! The wrecked ship!" The cry of children running to the camp alarmed everyone, forcing them to quit their jobs. Where have you seen it?" Questions poured in from all sides. There on the shore, there in that direction." So quietly, someone says one. Isaac Stern tried to restore order. "Who saw the wrecked ship, and where?" "I saw it, Herr Stern, through the telescope," Mordi said proudly, in the silence that finally came. "You can see from there." He pointed to the elevation of the coastal slope. "We saw everything, and me, and Essia, and Fira, and Solomon. I let them look through the tube, but I saw the first one. The brigantine lies on the shore between the rocks. The direction is 30 degrees northeast. The foresail is partially broken. The mainsail yards are only under slanting sails, so the brigantine, not the brig. The brig also has straight sails on the mainmast." "Well done, Mordi! You're making progress! It's not for nothing that I took you to the navigation school," Abraham van Weyden mentally praised his stepson. "And then your mother said that at the age of 12 you are still learning seamanship early. It's not too early, it's just right." "Mordi, did you see any people nearby?" Isaac Stern asked another question. Who at the moment was least interested in Van Weyden Jr.'s knowledge of navigation and the type of sailing ships? No one. Not on deck, not near Mr. Stern. And there are no boats. The older Solomon, who has already turned 15, also a midshipman at the navigation school, intervened in the conversation. They could have tried to escape in a dinghy when they saw that the ship was heading straight for the rocks and did not rake out. And then the brigantine was thrown ashore empty. Maybe so, Isaac Stern agreed with Solomon. But we will not guess. We will check on the spot. A decent crowd went to check on the spot, except for the head of the expedition and those directly involved in this discovery. Isaac Stern winced slightly, but said nothing. After all, the work on setting up the camp can wait, and people are just curious. From the high coastal slope there was a magnificent view of the ocean and a large part of the island, not hidden by the cone of the volcano, the steep shore of which, from the east side, as Mordi correctly determined, about 30 degrees to the northeast, was cut by a narrow, gently descending gorge to the sea, at the mouth of which the beached brigantine lay. Successfully, it fits in between two rather impressive coastal cliffs. It's been lying here for a long time. The sand is under the keel, Isaac Stern summarized, examining the shipwreck site through a telescope. And it looks like Solomon is right. The crew on the boats tried to save, but unsuccessfully. Otherwise, if anyone had survived, it would have been dismantled for a tree for a hut. And not far, no more than a mile. Let's see what's in the holds. There was a cargo in the hold, the importance of which for the future colony was difficult to overestimate. No, it was not gold in bullion or silver in coins, the true value of which is fully revealed only in long-lived civilized countries. There was silk in the hold. Magnificent, high-quality, multicolored silk from China, as well as porcelain. Here we can all be dressed in silk more than once, Isaac Stern stated, after counting the number of bales of silk. The dishes are really smaller and partially broken, but at least one set per family. I propose to divide the entire cargo of silk and dishes equally, and the gold and silver found into a common pot. No one objected to such a fair division of the wealth that had inadvertently fallen on his head. Moreover, there were relatively few gold and silver coins forgotten in a hurry by the crew members when leaving the distressed brigantine. Silk fabric and tableware are 100 times more valuable in this regard, considering where they are now heading. And besides, no one in the old or new world could even formally claim the cargo of the brigantine Esmeralda, renamed Victoria, by pirates. Who knows who the pirates stole all this from? And it became clear almost immediately that the shipwrecked brigantine ended her days as a pirate ship. An excessive number of crew members, absolutely unnecessary for control, but very necessary during boarding. A lot of cold steel and firearms. A hook chamber full of gunpowder and kernels. Honest merchant navigators with a similar set do not go to sea. Transporting everything found to the camp on the shore and further to the galleons took several hours and required the use of almost all colonists as pack animals, and therefore lunch began much later than usual. But what a lunch it was! The boat sent to the fishery returned with a rich catch, so no one remembered about the disgusting corned beef either on that day or in the following ones. Fish soup, that is, fish soup for the first, fried fish for the second, tea, also found in considerable quantities among the cargo of the lost brigantine, for the third, and all this with fragrant, freshly baked white bread. Grace. After lunch, almost the entire camp, with the exception of the watch, fell asleep. Moreover, Abraham Van Weyden, who never particularly liked to sleep during the day, fell asleep so soundly that he woke up in the evening, and solely because Mordi woke him up. Uncle Abraham, get up! Senor de Torres will be showing the stars through a telescope. Are you going to watch? I'll go, of course. Thanks for waking me up. Abraham Van Weyden got out from under the awning. The sun was already sinking into the ocean, coloring the western part of the horizon in crimson tones, and the eventful day smoothly flowed into the eventful night. A night under the stars with a telescope, when future residents of the colony of Israel, who have repeatedly listened to lectures by Miguel de Torres on the multiplicity of worlds, thanks to 4 huge telescopes, will be able to visually verify the correctness of his words. However, initially these 4 huge telescopes mounted on tripods, which also cost a lot of money, had a purely utilitarian purpose that was not directly related to science. They were supposed to be used as a means of long-range reconnaissance to detect the enemy approaching the settlement. But Miguel de Torres, who immediately set his eyes on them as soon as he learned that among the military equipment of the expedition there was such an optical miracle, as he put it, persuaded Isaac Stern to use these outstanding optical instruments in all respects, not only for the defense of future settlements of the colony of Israel, but also for science. And today, if I may say so, the pen test was supposed to take place. Moreover, the weather is favorable, there is not a cloud in the sky, and therefore after dinner everyone hurried to the coastal slope, where all 4 telescopes, called telescopes by Miguel de Torres in the scientific Greek manner, were already exposed. Twilight is short in low latitudes. The sun sank into the waves, and almost immediately a quiet tropical night descended over the island of Tristan da Cunha. The sky was shining, and nothing, not even a light haze, hid the brilliance of the constellations. The velvet black dome of the sky stretched from the zenith to the horizon, and among the many stars, like a faceted diamond, Venus shone, setting after the sun. Mercury was drowning in the waves of the ocean, ready to set. And on the opposite side, in the east, where the day is born, blood-red Mars, silvery yellowish Jupiter, and lead-grey Saturn shone with a steady, unblinking light. Abraham van Weyden was not impressed by Mercury and Venus. He had observed them before with a telescope, small crescents without any details. He expected more from a telescope with a diameter of 6 inches, although in fairness it had to be admitted that the clarity of the image given by the telescope was in no way comparable to the clarity of the image given by the telescope. Mars turned out to be much more interesting to observe. On the surface of the orange-reddish ball, light and dark spots were clearly distinguishable, the contours of which were very similar to terrestrial continents and seas. But the observations of Mars were nothing compared to those of Saturn and especially Jupiter. That's when the telescopes showed their full power. Yellow-orange Saturn appeared in all its glory, encircled by a sparkling double ring, and Jupiter in the form of a huge striped ball, near which, like polished silver coins, 4 satellites recently discovered by Galileo Galilei sparkled in the black void of the sky. Io, Europa, Ganymede, Callisto. Abraham van Weyden was shocked. No one, not even the best telescope, could show this. An amazing, enchanting sight. And there is no church and its inquisitors nearby who can forbid everything by sending disobedient heretics to the stake. They are far away in Europe, across thousands of miles of ocean, and here and now they cannot harm anyone. Then the telescopes were pointed at the Milky Way, and its nebulous band scattered into many stars, each of which, according to Giordano Bruno, was, albeit very distant, but also the Sun. Next, nebulae were observed, and they, as well as the Milky Way, scattered in the eyepieces of telescopes into many individual stars. After midnight, the half of the waning moon rose, and the swarm of stars faded in its faint silver glow, and then the telescopes showed their best side again. Lunar seas, or rather dark low-lying plains, at the bottom of which there is not a drop of water, mountain ranges and ring mountains, somewhat similar to gigantic circuses. A distant alien world appeared in all the smallest details before the eyes of enthusiastic observers. They went to bed well after midnight, but even lying down under the awning, Abraham van Weyden could not sleep for a long time, returning again and again to the memory of the starry mystery he had experienced that night. The next day was the last day of your stay on the island, although initially it was planned, if the weather permits, to stay on Tristan da Cunha for at least 4 or 5 days, devoting this time not only to rest, but also to full-fledged geographical research, including both mapping the coastline and mapping the interior. The islands are a walking research party. But, as the immutable folk wisdom says, if you want to make God laugh, tell him about your plans. No, the weather did not disappoint. The reason for the urgent departure was the completely unexpected eruption of the volcano forming the island of Tristan da Cunha, which began in the afternoon. Although even in the morning, or rather, since after the night vigils no one woke up before lunch, nothing foreshadowed trouble. Everything was going as usual. Breakfast, minor camp work, a stormy discussion of yesterday's astronomical observations with a passionate desire to repeat the very next night, weather permitting. Work resumed on the Lost Brigantine, where a group of sailors was sent to remove all the most valuable parts of the rigging and ship rigging that survived the shipwreck. And suddenly, the beginning of the eruption caught Abraham van Weyden on the coastal slope, where he explained the basics of mapping to the midshipmen in practice. It rumbled so hard that it filled my ears, and the next moment the ground under my feet shook noticeably, like the deck of a ship, adding horror to everything that was happening. Although in fact, despite the rumble and vibrations of the soil caused by the explosion of the crater floor, the volcano began to erupt. The beginning of the eruption did not pose any immediate danger to the colonists who landed on the island. But the wards of Abraham van Weyden, mostly natives of the free city of Hamburg and the surrounding lands, where neither volcanic eruptions nor even earthquakes have ever happened, were greatly impressed by what happened. Startled exclamations were heard, almost rising to a scream. "Ger van Weyden, what is this?" Abraham van Weyden looked up. Instead of a thin trickle of smoke, a huge blue-black mushroom cloud rose above the top of a volcano that had been smoking peacefully until recently. This, gentlemen midshipmen, is the beginning of a volcanic eruption. And calmly, there is no immediate danger. A volcano is not a barrel of gunpowder. It will not explode. We collect tools and go to the camp. The confident, commanding tone had an effect, nipping in the bud the nascent panic. Quickly, without fuss, we gathered and went to the shore. It took about 10 minutes to reach the camp, where preparations were already underway. "Is everything all right?" Isaac Stern met them with a question. "Yes, Mr. Stern, I'm fine, but the midshipmen were a little scared." Abraham van Weyden smiled. "But the general plan of the coast is ready, so we can assume that some of the mapping work has been completed." "It's good, Herr van Weyden, that the midshipmen were a little scared." Isaac Stern also smiled. "You did the right thing. Those who are not afraid of anything do not live long. Everything is fine here too, except that the fallen awning scared some of the sleepers. But that's not the main thing. Senor de Torres advises to immediately remove the camp and leave. Your opinion, Herr van Weyden. You've seen volcanic eruptions, haven't you?" Twice, in the Caribbean and Iceland. Abraham van Weyden took another look at the top of the volcano. The mushroom cloud had already been blown away by the wind in the opposite direction from the location of the expedition camp, but the amount of smoke over the crater did not decrease. "I completely agree with Senor de Torres. The lava is unlikely to reach us. It is too far away, and it flows slowly. You can walk away, but besides lava, there are also mud flows from glaciers that have melted at the top. They may well reach the shore and flow very quickly. And even if the mud flow goes away, then ashes remain. And this cloud above the peak, judging by its shape and color, is ashen. Ash, of course, is not lava or mud. But it's also nothing good. The ships will have to be cleaned. So we're leaving immediately. It's a pity that I couldn't stay longer, but..." The roar of another explosion drowned out the last words of the head of the expedition. Another blue-black ash cloud rose above the top of the raging volcano. But there was no quick sailing. People and property were delivered to the ships in less than an hour. And then there were difficulties of a purely technical order, because a galleon with its predominantly straight-sailing armament is not a schooner capable of going steeply to the wind under slanting sails, and even more so, not a rowing galley, for which the wind is generally unnecessary. For a galleon to move well, it needs wind aft, well, or at a certain, not very sharp angle, and this time the wind was, as if for evil, almost counter. That is why they moved away from the shore, slowly raising all the few slanting sails available, which allowed passengers and crew members who were not engaged in sailing work to admire the rapidly developing eruption from a fairly close, albeit safer, increasing distance. At first, the volcano threw out clouds of ash. Then, as Abraham van Weyden suggested, the glaciers, melted by volcanic heat encircling the top, until recently so dazzlingly sparkling in the rays of the sun, and now blackened by fallen ash, began to descend to the shore in stormy mud flows, one of which in a matter of minutes turned the location of the former expedition camp into a solid swamp. "We got out of there in time," Isaac Stern stated. "Otherwise everything would have sunk into the mud." "What's that?" He raised the telescope to his eyes. Suddenly, all of a sudden, a scarlet glow flashed at the place where there was a waterfall that provided the expedition with beautiful water, and in a matter of moments, instead of a boiling water stream, a jet of red-hot fiery liquid lava poured onto the mud-drenched shore. "Lava flows through the cracks," Miguel de Torres explained. "I saw this in Sicily during the eruption of Mount Etna. At first, the water from the glaciers was flowing, and now the lava is making its way through the cracks. It's going to pour out of the crater soon. And all this in a few hours. From a calm harbor to a fiery hell." Isaac Stern lowered his telescope. "Not the best place for a transshipment base." "Yes, it's not the best," Abraham van Weyden mentally agreed with the head of the expedition. "Although on the other hand, people in Iceland have been living near active volcanoes for hundreds of years and nothing. So you'll need to come back here on the way back. to see what and how. Maybe everything will not be so bad, and then we will finally decide whether to declare Tristan da Cunha an overseas territory of the colony of Israel, or abandon these plans forever, due to the too violent nature of the local nature. Finally, going out into the open ocean, they changed course from the north to the southeast. The wind became almost favorable, and therefore soon the island of Tristan da Cunha, engulfed in the flames of the eruption, remained far astern. Ahead was Kapstadt, the last stronghold of civilization, the last stop before the long and dangerous passage to Australia. Chapter 6. Beware of strange mists. What is it anyway? On the one hand, the fog is like fog, dense, creeping along the very surface of the water, and on the other, Abraham van Weyden once again pointed his telescope at a strip of strange green fog, slowly spreading along the course of the galleons in the wake, covering the ships as if in a semicircle, more and more obscuring the sky and horizon. But the image, which was repeatedly approximated by optics, explained little. It's the same wall in the form of a dense greenish mass, no different in appearance if not for the strange green color from the typical fog of high latitudes. And all this has been going on for more than an hour, starting completely unexpectedly after noon bells, without any changes in the weather, which has remained warm and sunny since leaving Kapstadt, where they stood for almost a week waiting for a tailwind, replenishing supplies. And even the barometer shows nothing, although it should have, if only because the wind, which was still quite fresh in the morning, has now completely died down, which again indicates an imminent change in the weather. The first unusual phenomenon, a strange green cloud that appeared literally out of nowhere above the surface of the water, which is completely atypical for clouds, was noticed by a lookout sailor from the foretop, which he immediately reported, causing initially, for the most part, interest in the strange phenomenon rather than concern. A green cloud over the water at noon with an absolutely clear, cloudless sky. And what is it? But when, after a quarter of an hour, this strange cloud, in all respects from a harmless green cloud near the horizon, which, according to Miguel de Torres, could be nothing more than a dense swarm of flying insects, for example locusts, began to grow, turning into a wall of dense green fog before our eyes, there was no time for idle academic observations. Navigation in the fog, which hides every view, is dangerous in itself, threatening to collide or lose sight of other ships. And if this fog is green, and even occurs against all the rules prescribed by nature, then... But it did not work out to bypass the fog. The wind abruptly died down, and apparently in this part of the ocean, the undercurrent carried the ships that lost their course, as Captain Olaf Larsson aptly put it, right into the mouth of the fog. No, the color is clearly not due to the refraction of sunlight reflected from the surface of the water by fog. For a small cloud, this would still be acceptable, but for such sizes as now, glare would be observed at the edges, but there are none. So it's definitely not because of refraction. Miguel de Torres refuted his own previously expressed hypothesis about the reason for such a strange color of the fog. "Mordy," Abraham van Weyden called to his stepson, "run and check the barometer readings." "Yes, sir, Senior Navigator," smiling Mordy, proud that he was entrusted with the honor of being a messenger today, reporting changes in the readings of such an important ship's instrument as the barometer, left the quarterdeck, but returned less than a minute later and reported. "The readings are the same. There are no changes." They should be. The fog front, Abraham van Weyden estimated the distance, is no more than a mile away. "It's time to lower the sails, Herr Stern. I really don't like these identical barometer readings." Captain Olaf Larsson sounded clearly worried. "After all, I have never let you down before, and even if the wind blows right now, it's too late to bypass the fog." "The compass, Captain, the compass is weird." An exclamation from the helmsman at the helm cut the captain off in mid-sentence. All four of them at once, without speaking, rushed to the helm. After a couple of seconds, Morley joined them, who also became extremely interested in what was going on with the compass, the main navigation device on the ship. And something absolutely incredible was happening with the compass. The magnetic needle, which a few seconds ago had clearly indicated the position of the cardinal directions, was now randomly darting from side to side, sometimes making a full circle, as if ready to break off the axis. Yes, of course, ships' compasses were sometimes weird, and this fact has been known to sailors since the time of Columbus, who for the first time during his great voyage, noticed the deviation of the compass needle from the North Star, and it also happened that the compass needle suddenly, for no reason at all, began to tremble, deviating in different directions by several degrees, being unable to accurately indicate the position of the cardinal directions. But what was happening here and now? This does not seem to have been observed in the entire history of navigation, or worse, the sailors who observed this could no longer tell anyone about it. But anyway, there was a perfectly legitimate question, and even two. What should I do, and what should I do now? Go to Australia, guided by the sun and stars, or... And suddenly everything stopped. The arrow returned to its previous position, as if nothing had happened. Geir Larsson, tell the squadron. We lowered the sails. We lay down to drift. Isaac Stern finally broke the silence. In case of loss in the fog, the gathering place is Kapstadt. And also, he thought for a moment, request, how did the compasses behave on other ships? The answer was unexpected. Compasses pleased everyone, but in different ways. On the Moses, which was second in the order, the compass needle seemed to spin no weaker than on their flagship. Only deviations of a couple dozen degrees were observed on the David, and on the end, closing the marching order, Solomon. Only a slight tremor of the compass needle was observed, and if it had not been for the request, they might not have paid much attention to it at all. It's because of the fog, Miguel de Torres said in a peremptory tone. We and Moses were the closest, and David and Solomon. Won't this fog spoil our compasses? The helmsman interrupted the scientific reasoning of Miguel de Torres. It won't spoil it. We'll block it with a piece of iron. Geir Larsson, tell the squadron and more. Isaac Stern paused. Lock not only the working compasses, but also the spare ones. The devices are valuable. I would not like to lose them. And let's hope that everything will be fine. Yes, let's hope so. Abraham Van Weyden mentally agreed with the head of the expedition, since they simply have no choice now. And the galleons, one by one, entered the fog.
Part 2. A New World. Chapter 1. And all this can be explained very simply. Inside, the fog turned out to be by no means uniform. The swirling greenish mass only covered the entrance to something like a pipe, or rather, a gigantic half-filled tunnel with rotating walls, made of clouds as green as the fog, shimmering in time with the rotation of emerald green clouds, the light from which, flooding the galleons gliding across the water surface, made they look like ghost ships. And this emerald green light did not frighten Abraham Van Weyden, but seemed to him unearthly and beautiful. And suddenly peace and quiet reigned in his soul, and it seemed that time itself had stopped, stopping here, in this tunnel, on the edge of eternity. And there were no more feelings, no thoughts, no desires, but only an emerald green, ghostly light filling everything around, from the first day of creation to the end of time. And suddenly everything disappeared at once. There was no fog, no tunnel, no emerald light, but only the ocean surface and the blue sky covered with clouds. What was that? Abraham Van Weyden looked around. Here is Sarah holding Morty's hand. Here is Isaac Stern. Here is Miguel de Torres. And next to the helmsman, at the steering column, their captain Olaf Larsson. And he himself stands on the quarterdeck of their galleon, the three-masted handsome Abraham, astern of which, lined up in the wake, are the Moses, David, and the trailing Solomon. Everyone is here. Not a single one has disappeared in this incomprehensible fog. And then the numbness passed completely. The people on deck, as if on command, suddenly moved at once, groaned, made noise, instantly turning the whole ship into a kind of oriental bazaar, where each merchant, praising his goods, seeks to outshout others. But it all lasted for a few seconds. Quiet! Not even like a scream, but rather like a roar. Isaac Stern's exclamation rolling over the deck instantly restored silence. Is everyone all right? Isaac Stern asked in a normal voice, after a short pause, clearing his throat. As it turned out, yes. No one was injured on the Abraham or on other ships of the squadron, where the request immediately went through the flag alphabet, however, as well as the galleons themselves. There was no leak in the hold, no broken yard, not even a broken rope. It was as if there was no such strange green fog with a tunnel inside, through which all 4 ships passed like ghosts shrouded in a green glow. And it would be easy to believe this, writing off everything as a sudden dream or delirium if something like this happened to one person. But when more than 1,000 people see the same thing, "I don't know what to say," said Miguel de Torre, who, as an expert in natural sciences, was immediately asked for clarification. Some completely unknown phenomenon of nature, perhaps something similar to, as Christians call them, the lights of St. Elmo, which we saw before the storm in Kapstadt. Then the masts, the rigging, everything was glowing. And this is despite the fact that the clouds, although low, were not crawling along the ground itself, as they are now when we were in the cloud itself. So now think about how everything inside should glow. But it's true, and it looks like our most learned passenger is right once again. Abraham Van Weyden mentally agreed with Miguel de Torres, who during his long naval career repeatedly had the opportunity to observe the lights of St. Elmo, when suddenly, all of a sudden, before a thunderstorm, the masts and the yards flash with a soft hiss, and the festoons of a bluish glow crackle, and blue lights begin to flicker along the ropes of the rigging. Charmingly beautiful but completely harmless phenomenon of nature. But then the compass was also, as it is now, weird, one of the sailors said quite unexpectedly. "I was just at the helm when the lights of the elm lit up. The compass needle started to move from side to side, I remember exactly. You see? A brilliant confirmation of my hypothesis." Miguel de Torres literally broke into a smile. True, the tunnel inside the cloud remains unclear, but on the other hand, if we take into account their changeable shape, then I suggest we consider this an explanation of what happened, Isaac Stern said, as if summing up the discussion. "Tell that to the squadron, Gur, Larson, so that people don't get scared. And set sail. The wind seems to be blowing again, and even so, how much time was lost because of the calm?" "What the hell?" Abraham Van Weyden glanced at the compass on the steering column. "The course is exactly on the east. But then why?" He took another look at the sea astrolabe, catching the position of the sun. "No, that's right. The same amount of deviations. Is the astrolabe broken? But how?" "The simplest tool, 2 parts. Or did he, a long-distance navigator, suddenly forget how to measure angles? Funny to say the least. Stupid." Because the situation with trying to determine latitude looked exactly like this, although there was nothing wrong with longitude. Goldfinger's marine chronometer worked, as always, clearly and flawlessly, unlike the astrolabe, which consists only of a coordinate circle and a rack with a sight, but at the same time produces such mind-blowing results that at the time it was doubtful of one's own mental health. For according to the same astrolabe, the sun is a faithful friend and assistant to any navigator. When determining the position of the ship in the daytime, it was not there. And to be precise, it was not at the point in the sky where he should have been at this time of the year and day, that is, 1:30 in the afternoon, under this latitude. Yes, of course, navigational observations are carried out as a rule at noon, when the sun, located at the upper climax, crosses the celestial meridian, which somewhat simplifies subsequent calculations. But even at other times of the day, it is not much more difficult to determine the position of the sun by its own coordinates, which, in fact, was what Abraham Van Weyden was doing, since their current location was needed to write in the ship's log about the incident with the green cloud. Or rather, he tried to study, because from the position of the sun it followed that they were currently at 40 degrees 12 minutes south latitude. And there would be nothing terrible about it if it weren't for one big but. Just an hour and a half ago, at noon, shortly before meeting the green cloud, they were under 35 degrees 10 minutes south latitude. Absurd! Because in 1 degree of the meridian there are 60 miles, and in 5 there are 300. 300 miles south in an hour and a half, with a maximum galleon speed of no more than 8 miles per hour and a constant course to the east. It's doubly absurd! Although it is an exceptionally good start for another fascinating maritime story, which, after a couple of mugs of rum, a seasoned sea wolf begins to tell grateful listeners, somewhere in a port tavern. Well then, as a rule, by the middle of the story and a couple more mugs of rum, a kraken or other sea monster emerges from the water, and everyone gapes in surprise. But it's on the shore. You can do it there. But here, in the middle of the ocean, with only a few inches of wooden paneling separating a person from the path to eternity, Abraham Van Weyden saw everything in a slightly different, less rosy light. Since it was possible to explain the latitude values obtained by observations, either by the fact that all 4 ships, in fact, were somehow incredibly blown 300 miles south in an hour and a half, or the fact that the sun suddenly, for no reason, moved backwards across the sky, and taking into account its reverse movement. My God! Accustomed to conducting preliminary navigational calculations in his mind, Abraham Van Weyden unwittingly mentally considered the very possibility and immediately felt goosebumps the size of a fist run down his back, because everything, yes, absolutely everything fit. But then... Calm down. Don't panic, Mr. Senior Navigator. Abraham Van Weyden tried to pull himself together. Now to the cabin, and check the calculations on paper, twice. And after a quarter of an hour, that's enough to make repeated observations. And if the sun goes to the west, then they are really under the 40th parallel, although it is completely unclear how they ended up here. But if it shifts to the east, then... The next 15 minutes were the longest in Abraham Van Weyden's life. The secret hope of an error in the calculations performed in his mind disappeared like smoke as soon as he transferred the calculations to paper. And further, not even to clear his conscience, but rather, wanting to kill the rest of the time, Abraham Van Weyden checked his own calculations not 2 or 3 but 4 times. And only after that, after looking at the hourglass once again, and noting with satisfaction that the 15-minute period of time allotted by him to begin repeated observations had finally expired, he took the astrolabe and caught the position of the sun directly through the cabin porthole, and everything became clear. Senor de Torres, do you at least have an idea about the essence of what is happening? For the second time that day, there was a spontaneous gathering on the deck of the Abraham. And if the previous time the subject of discussion was, although very burning, but in fact still quite an academic topic, unusual light phenomena inside the golden cloud, now everything was much more serious, because 3 more equally incredible events were added to the mind-boggling fact of Abraham Van Weyden's discovery of the reverse movement of the sun. Firstly, the ocean became fresh, which was discovered quite by accident, and to his great surprise by one of the sailors scrubbing the deck. Secondly, in the east, where, taking into account the solstice, the east was quite recently, that is, directly ahead, the lookout spotted the Earth. Yes, not just the Earth, in the form of some previously unknown island lost in the ocean, but something truly huge, no smaller than Cuba, Madagascar, and maybe Greenland, because the Earth discovered by the expedition, smoothly bending to the north and south, went beyond the horizon so much that as far as the eyes and the power of the telescopes could reach, and how such a huge landmass had not been discovered earlier by the teams of Dutch merchant ships regularly passing in this area of the Indian Ocean on their way to Batavia and back was completely incomprehensible. And thirdly, we can say, under the curtain. While we were drifting and fiddling with measuring the depth, which, by the way, turned out to be by no means oceanic, only some 36 feet, covering the northeastern, and now again, taking into account the solstice, the northwestern part of the horizon, quite dense clouds began to disperse, and because of the clouds, a huge moon, completely unlike the moon, looked out in a phase slightly less than the first quarter, near which 3 more, but already small moons, also in the phase from a month to half a disk, were clearly visible through an increasingly thinning veil of clouds. And if the small moons, both in size and in appearance, were comparable to an ordinary moon, then the big ones surpassed the ordinary moon by a factor of 20, and on the sunlit side of the crescent, instead of the usual light and dark spots, multicolored parallel stripes were clearly distinguishable without any optics. Exactly like on the disk of Jupiter, which a little less than a month ago could be seen by everyone on that unforgettable, beautiful, memorable night of practical astronomy on the island of Tristan da Cunha. But if then, on Tristan da Cunha, observing the sky caused nothing but delight, now everything that was happening, both in heaven and on earth, inspired completely different, directly opposite feelings, especially after Abraham Van Weyden finally seized the moment in everything. In this maelstrom of events, he nevertheless reported to Isaac Stern about the reverse movement of the sun, thereby plunging both passengers and the crews of all 4 ships, now peacefully rocking at anchors, into a deep, bordering on panic. And yet, it was still completely unclear what to do and what to do now.
"I don't know, Gare. Stern, what's going on?" Miguel de Torres, standing near the mainmast, said with a nervous shrug.
But I completely agree with the Rebbe that although the ways of the Lord are inscrutable, but all this does not look very similar to the coming of the mission. And even if we assume that the reverse movement of the sun is a sign indicating exactly this, then why is the water overboard fresh? Is this a sign for whom? For sailors, in case of cloudy weather? And Jupiter? About what? About what? And about the approach of Jupiter to the earth in the days of the coming of the mission, there is not a hint in any of the sacred texts. As for the assumption, don't take me for a lunatic, but I just have a feeling that it wasn't Jupiter that approached the earth, but we ended up on one of its moons, because that would explain everything very simply. And a 60-hour day, and the reverse movement of the sun, and Jupiter in the sky in the form of a large moon with 3 smaller moons, and even desalination of water overboard. The ocean is fresh here, or we are, in general, in a large lake, and if only our ships could fly through the sky as well as sail on the ocean.
"And this is not necessary."
Rabbi Michael Finkel suddenly, quite unexpectedly, interrupted Miguel de Torres's monologue. Miguel de Torres, interrupted in mid-sentence, opened his mouth to object, but, obviously not finding any counter-arguments, stared questioningly at the rabbi. "Rebbe, have you found an explanation?" Isaac Stern asked the question in the sudden silence, his voice trembling with excitement. "Yes, Ger. Stern seems to have found it, but before speaking out, I suggest measuring the apparent diameter of the sun, because according to the Copernican system, Jupiter is farther from the sun, which means that the sun from it should look at a smaller angle. Am I right?" "You're right. Rebbe is right." Miguel de Torres immediately jumped up. "This will be the proof. How did I not think of that myself? Herr Van Weyden, I need an astrolabe. My God, it's really less. 25 minutes instead of 31 at this time of year." "But how, Rebbe, for God's sake, explain?" Miguel de Torres, like everyone else present, just stared at the rabbi with their eyes. "I'll explain and start, perhaps, with a story." Michael Finkel, taking a place near the mainmast, looked around the audience. All of you, of course, remember that during the Exodus from Egypt, our ancestors, pursued by the army of Pharaoh, crossed the Red Sea by land, when the Lord parted the sea waters and formed a passage. But now we also have a kind of exodus, and to some extent too, even if not quite to the Promised Land, but in fact something close to it. After all, in Australia, we wanted to establish an independent colony in order to live as free people. And until today, everything went as usual, until we got into this strange green cloud with a tunnel inside. So you want to say, Rebbe, that the Lord transported us through this tunnel in the cloud with all the ships from Earth to the satellite of Jupiter. As if from a cannon, in one breath, Miguel de Torres literally blurted out. "And I come out like Moses," Isaac Stern gasped. "That's right, Mr. Stern. Do you doubt it?" Michael Finkel nodded. "You're the most important person in this whole case, the mastermind of everything. And the tunnel in the cloud looks very much like a passage in the parted waves of the Red Sea. And who, if not the Lord, is capable of doing such a thing? And if you ask me, why?" Michael Finkel paused, as if gathering his thoughts. "I don't know. I am not a prophet, and I have never had revelations from the Lord in my whole life. I can only assume, again remembering that the Lord closed the waters of the Red Sea, drowning the Pharaoh's soldiers who pursued our ancestors. So maybe something similar is also possible here. After all, it is far from a fact that, having learned that we Jews decided to establish a second Israel in Australia, the kings of Europe would have left us alone. Yes, of course, it would be expensive to fight with us across 2 oceans, which is what we originally hoped for. But on the other hand, it would be completely naive to think that for such a holy cause as another strangulation of our people, their Catholic and Protestant majesties would spare money. And they can't get here for any money. Let them spend the entire treasury to the last copper. Well, as soon as the time comes, and we accumulate the strength to return the promised land, the Lord will open the way back to earth for us again."
My God, that's right. Yes, it is. After all, everything, literally everything fits together.
Abraham Van Wyden suddenly felt a huge weight lifted from his soul. The weight of misunderstanding of what was happening. The huge weight of uncertainty that had been pressing on him since the moment he discovered the reverse movement of the sun. And it turned out to be so simple. But life in another, completely unearthly world, which he had observed through a telescope a little less than a month ago in the form of a small silver star shining in the dark void of the sky. It was necessary to get used to this, to understand, to realize, to absorb, which is exactly what those standing on the deck of the Abraham were doing right now. A soft cooing, clearly audible in the sudden silence, made them look up. There was a bird sitting on the main yard that looked very much like a pigeon. "Oh, pigeon," one of the women said. "Yes, a pigeon flew in from the shore." "A good sign," Isaac Stern said in such a tone that it was immediately clear that he understood and accepted what had happened. "Yes, it's good," Michael Finkel confirmed and, after a pause, asked, "Gara Stern, order the boat to be lowered. People on other ships need to be reassured. I have to tell you everything myself. This cannot be transmitted by the flag alphabet." "Yes, I can't tell you," Isaac Stern agreed. "But first," he turned to Captain Olaf Larsen. "Gerald Larsen, order the colony's flag to be raised. We have arrived at the place." And a few minutes later, instead of the flag of the free city of Hamburg, the flag of the colony of Israel, a white cloth with a blue hexagonal star in the center, flew up on the main mast of the Abraham, heralding the beginning of a new era in the history of this world. Chapter 2. This will be our new home. Give up the starboard anchor. Yes, give the right anchor. The anchor is down. The anchor holds. Remove the sails. Give up the left anchor. A splash, and in a matter of moments the Abraham, firmly held by 2 anchors, freezes in a bend in a wide river, near the other 3 ships of the squadron. The most unusual sea crossing in the history of mankind, which began on planet Earth, in the port of the free city of Hamburg, and ended in a huge freshwater lake of one of Jupiter's moons, has finally been completed. Yes, what was originally considered part of the freshwater ocean turned out to be a lake as wide as the sea, giving rise to an impressive river, in the bend of which the galleons anchored. And all around stretched the real promised land, as if it had descended from the canvas of a landscape painter. The right bank of the river, as far as the eye could see, was occupied by a hilly steppe overgrown with tall emerald green grass. On the left, a wall of solid forest of strange trees, straight as ship masts, somewhat similar to eucalyptus trees, rose almost to the water's edge, also stretching to the horizon. And right in the middle of the river, dividing its bed into two almost equal parts, stood the bulk of the island with high, about 100 feet, almost steep banks and a flat top like a table, making it look something like an ancient masada. It looks a bit like the outskirts of Hamburg. No, it's better here. What a green grass. Is it spring here? It looks like we've successfully hit the season. We will have time to harvest. And that's all for us? The passengers and sailors huddled on the deck were animatedly exchanging impressions of what they saw, as if they had completely forgotten about the almost animal horror that tormented their souls a few hours ago. But everything has been clarified, and now they are pioneers, wanderers of a new world, which, at least so far, is completely different from hell, and even quite the opposite. So what is there to regret? About the sidelong glances of Christian neighbors, or the bonfire of the Inquisition for secret Jews? No, and no again. It's all there, on Earth, in the past. And here, it will definitely be better here. There are no people here, Herr Stern, Marine Commander Aaron Yeager said authoritatively. I can smell it, and the animals are not scared, a sure sign. And indeed, a herd of representatives of the local fauna grazing not far from the shore, very similar to bulls and cows of animals, numbering 200 heads, did not react at all to the anchored galleons. As they plucked the juicy green grass, they continued to pluck. Rebbe, are they kosher? One of the Marines suddenly asked a purely practical question, in which the sight of such an abundance of free roaming completely. Undeterred by the game, the hunting excitement began to play out. They must be kosher, Michael Finkel said, holding a telescope up to his eyes. They are very similar to cows and bulls, although there are some differences. But on the other hand, there are different breeds on Earth, so I think that this is not particularly significant. Uncle Abraham, the green pig. Where? Over there, right by the shore. Morty pointed to a thicket of low-growing shrubs that fit almost to the water's edge. Abraham Van Wyden fumbled with his telescope. Oh, here she is. At the very edge of the water, almost merging in color with the grass, there really was an animal very similar to a pig, painted in emerald green and cheerfully waving its tail, looked at the anchored galleons. At least 400 pounds. Michael Finkel estimated the weight of the unusual green pig. But hardly any of our Hamburg sausage makers would covet it. It's too unusual in color. So it is not only for us, but also for Christians. It is also not kosher. Moreover, it was said in such a tone that everyone standing on the deck almost burst out laughing. With your permission, Rebbe, with the question of kosher, as well as with hunting, I suggest we wait a little and, first of all, explore this river island. Isaac Stern, who finally stopped laughing, reminded of the urgent. And it's too painful a place for settlement is convenient, like a fortress. You don't even need to build walls, and you can climb only from one side. It's like it's been specially prepared for us. And this feature of the relief of the river island even more resembled Masada, to the top of which, as is known, there was only one narrow, winding path, called the Snake. True, the passage was wider and represented a gorge that tore apart the steep shore, rather gently sloping down to the water itself. But it could also, if desired, be easily blocked with a wall equipped with gates, thereby making the island completely inaccessible, both for humans, if they still exist here, and for predators, which, given the presence of a huge number of herbivores, should have been found here in abundance. Although it should be a pleasure to drag logs to the top, even on a relatively gentle slope for building houses, but on the other hand, who said it would be easy? The disembarkation took place, as it should, in a solemn atmosphere and according to seniority. Isaac Stern was the first, as the inspirer, organizer, and head of the expedition, to step onto the land of another world, carrying the flag of the colony of Israel, followed by Rabbi Michael Finkel, a spiritual person, followed by Olaf Larsen, captain of the flagship of the Abraham Squadron, followed by Abraham Van Wyden, senior navigator and commander of the Marines Aaron Yeager, then Miguel de Torres, who, barely waiting for the end of the official ceremony, immediately rushed to study the coastal rocks, stating that it was. With that, the ceremonial part was over, and the first party of researchers, accompanied by a dozen armed Marines, headed up the gorge, easily reaching the vast, flat plateau, overgrown with the same emerald green grass and sparse shrubs that forms the top of the river island. What a space! Abraham Van Wyden looked around. If you establish a settlement, it's only here and nowhere else. Indeed, the view from the height of the plateau was simply magnificent. A lake as huge as the sea in the east and a wide river disappearing over the western horizon with banks covered with dense forest and steppe. And above all this, in the bottomless blue sky, the slowly floating sun and the crescent of Jupiter with 3 small moons. Well, what, here, or should we look for another place? Isaac Stern's question tore Abraham Van Wyden away from contemplating the surrounding landscape. Here! Here, of course, here! It was heard from all sides. I think so too. Isaac Stern smiled. They don't look for good from goodness. Simon! Friedrich! Stay with the boat! The rest of you follow me! Aaron Yeager gave a short order and, taking his rifle at the ready, jumped out first onto the densely wooded bank of the Jordan. The first geographical studies. The first names. Arrival Lake, Jordan River, Zion Island. Abraham Van Wyden followed the Marines out of the boat. It takes 2 hours to survey the nearby forest area before the sun sets behind the disk of Jupiter, and a multi-hour solar eclipse begins, repeating here, unlike on Earth, once a day. So you should hurry up so as not to end up in complete darkness. God only knows what kind of animals are found in this alien forest. But so far, the forest, approaching almost to the water's edge, did not look threatening. Birds, invisible in the crowns of the trees, chirped. Insects buzzed. There was a smell of pine needles and some other strange, unfamiliar aromas brought by a light breeze from the depths of the thicket. The picture was simply idyllic, and if it hadn't been for the strange trees that looked like palm trees or eucalyptus trees, straight as ship masts, this whole forest would have been no different from an ordinary terrestrial forest growing somewhere along the riverbanks of Central Europe or North America. That is why, after standing for a while at the edge of the forest and making sure that there was no imminent danger, the group of researchers went deeper into the thicket. The forest turned out to be mixed, and soon palm eucalyptus trees growing near the shore, as Abraham Van Wyden named this type of tree by right of the discoverer, gave way to tall, slender, resin-scented pines, near which, spreading wide crowns, mighty oaks grew, dropping acorns on all the same emerald green grass. Definitely an oak. The ship's carpenter from the Abraham issued his conclusion, whose task was to check the local trees for their suitability in construction. And the appearance, and the acorns, and the structure of the wood. He picked up a fallen branch from the ground. It all fits together. Yes, indeed it fits. Abraham Van Wyden mentally agreed with the carpenter, if not for the extremely thick trunk and too spreading crown, more characteristic of an African baobab than an oak. So let it be a baobab oak. Oh, and who is this? Suddenly, a creature very similar to an earth hedgehog, only emerald green in color, poked out from under the roots of a baobab oak. It studied the people for a few seconds and then, with a snort, disappeared into the hole. We moved on, making our way between thickets of a strange, completely unknown shrub on Earth with very long leaves, rather like pine or spruce thorns, scaring away several more representatives of the local fauna, which outwardly do not differ from ordinary terrestrial hares, but again emerald green in color. Then the forest began to thin out, and a fairly large clearing with a lake in the center, on which a real menagerie is located, opened to the eyes of the researchers. On the very shore of the lake, taking mud baths, the already familiar green pigs were floundering, grunting. A little to the side, sheep were grazing on the lawn, of course, also green in color. And near them, gracefully shaking their branched horns, a small herd of deer, about a dozen heads, was grazing the grass, but already normal, as on Earth, gray-brown color. Now that's interesting. All small animals are green, unlike large ones. Most likely because of the short duration of the dark time and the need to hide from daytime predators, concluded Abraham Van Wyden. After all, in this hemisphere, even if the sun is below the horizon, Jupiter in full phase should give so much light that you can't hide much, and the night looks like twilight. Ger Van Wyden, who is this? Aaron Yeager's question tore Abraham Van Wyden away from academic reflections on the causes of the patronizing coloration of small representatives of the local fauna. Where? Over there. Aaron Yeager pointed to the opposite side of the clearing, where, partially hidden by trees, at the edge of the forest stood a huge animal that Abraham Van Wyden did not notice at first. And the animal was remarkable in every way. The legs and torso of an elephant, the neck of a giraffe, and the head is a cross between the head of a horse and a camel. The coat color is black. Using its long neck, the animal slowly ate juicy green leaves from the tops of palm eucalyptus trees. I don't know, Herr Yeager. Abraham Van Wyden spread his hands, not even remembering from his rich life of travel and adventure, even mentions of the existence of such animals on Earth. Obviously some kind of local species. It is possible that a kind of giraffe and thick elephant legs are needed to maintain body weight. Most likely, Aaron Yeager agreed, and it's a good thing he's a herbivore. Otherwise, he looked at his rifle appraisingly. This is only from 2 barrels, and even that may not be enough. Commander, are we going to hunt? One of the Marines asked. Although the lambs are green, but maybe the Rebbe recognizes them as kosher, and they look delicious. We will hunt, only. Aaron Yeager thought for a while. Quiet, with a crossbow so as not to annoy this overgrown giraffe. He'll pounce again. The whistle of the lowered bowstring and the sheep closest to the hunters, as if mowed down, collapsed on the grass. The remaining ones were slightly alarmed, but almost immediately calmed down, continuing to graze grass as if nothing had happened, unlike the deer grazing nearby and the pigs resting on the shore. Both of them, it seems, catching the smell of fresh blood, became alert, turning their heads, and then hurriedly retreated to the other end of the clearing. Moreover, the pigs did this by swimming across the lake, thereby giving Abraham Van Wyden another discovery. As it turned out, in addition to color, local pigs were also distinguished from their terrestrial relatives by the presence of flippers instead of hooves, allowing them to swim, and quite briskly, thus forming a new species of amphibians, a river or lake pig. But the shot ram did not differ from the earthly ones in anything but color. In any case, on the outside and inside, this is the cook's concern, unless, of course, the Rebbe recognizes their prey as kosher. Having cut down a long, thick pole in the forest and hung the captured ram on it, we set off on an accelerated march, as time was running out, while not forgetting to look around not only out of ordinary caution, but also in the hope of another discovery. But alas, this time the forest refused to give up its secrets, and something strange was happening in the surrounding nature. Birds that chirped so loudly fell silent until recently. Insects buzzed less often. Flower buds closed. Everything seemed to freeze, surrendering to stupor and peace. The eclipse is close. Abraham Van Wyden finally understood the reason for what was happening. The darkest hour. That's how nature reacts. Everything that is active during the day is getting ready for bed, giving way to nocturnal animals. By the way, It will be necessary in the near future to take care of night hunting with the help of snares and hunting pits, so as not to take unnecessary risks. After all, nocturnal creatures in this foreign world can be extremely curious. But, as it turned out, not all nocturnal predators are ready to wait for nightfall. Some, such as a variety of local wolves, started hunting after dark. As the Marines left to guard the boat, could see from their own experience, when, shortly before the return of the research party to the shore, one after another, half a dozen animals very similar to terrestrial wolves came out, but only coal-black in color. At first, however, these representatives of the canine breed, who obviously came to drink, did not show aggression, but only looked curiously at the people who took aim at them. But then, emboldened, they decided to taste the strange two-legged creatures they had seen for the first time. I had to shoot, knocking down 4. The 5th, realizing that the prey was too big for his teeth and bites very painfully, shamefully fled. So you, Herr Van Weyden, think that black is for night hunting? Isaac Stern, worried about the wolf attack and arrived at the head of additional reinforcements, looked questioningly at Abraham Van Weyden. Yes, Mr. Stern, considering that the eclipse is coming soon, and the presence of patronizing coloration among the local small animals is definitely true. And also the eyes, very unusual, like those of cats. Aaron Yeager drew attention to the large and, indeed, somewhat resembling the cat's eyes of killed predators. Our earth wolves do not have such, and these people should see in the dark, like in the daytime. And therefore, in the dark, into the forest without extreme necessity, not afoot, summed up Isaac Stern. They will eat and not choke. Although, on the other hand, he thought for a while, if the predators here are not much different from those on Earth, then this world is not so dangerous. Everyone, load up. And to the island, people were waiting. And not only people. Abraham Van Weyden, sniffing, clearly felt the smell of fried meat, brought by a light breeze from the island. A barbecue made from young bulls shot in the morning. The main treat for the newly established holiday. The day of the founding of the colony of Israel. So you should hurry up. The rowers pulled at the oars, and the heavily loaded boats headed at full speed for the shore of Zion. The trophies and the story of the adventures in the forest aroused great interest and heated discussion, which smoothly flowed into the culmination of the holiday. Astronomical observations, which this time should have included not only observations of the starry sky, but also such a rare phenomenon on Earth as a solar eclipse, which was reported, first of all, in his introductory lecture, Miguel de Torres, who had been conjuring over some schemes and calculations since the very morning. What morning? Abraham Van Weyden suddenly caught himself thinking. The sun didn't set. We went to bed after mooring, woke up, and the day was still the same. Truly, each world has its own characteristics, and you still have to get used to them. And therefore, Miguel de Torres continued to broadcast to the audience who eagerly listened to his words. Taking into account the speed of the sun, the duration of the local day is exactly 64 hours. 16 o'clock is the day, 16 o'clock is the night, 16 o'clock is the morning, and 16 o'clock is the evening. And you and I are on the third moon of Jupiter from the planet Ganymede. Moreover, taking into account the fact that Ganymede, like the Earth's moon, is always turned to Jupiter with one side, there will in fact be 2 nights in the hemisphere in which we are now. It is dark when the sun sets behind Jupiter and the solar eclipse begins, which we expect any minute now. And it is bright when Ganymede, in its movement, finds itself between the sun and Jupiter, which illuminates our hemisphere, like the Earth's moon, at full moon, but much brighter. As for the change of seasons, there will be none at all. Ganymede's axis of rotation is perpendicular to the ecliptic, which is why summer in our area will last forever. That's all I wanted to say. The response to the last words of the chief astronomer of the colony of Israel was the exultation of the listeners. After all, it's one thing the length of the day and night, as well as where they ended up, and another is eternal summer with the ability to harvest 4 crops a year, a huge profit for daily bread, which could not leave anyone indifferent. And then the eclipse began. But not like on Earth. In any case, Abraham Van Weyden, who had seen 2 total and 1 partial solar eclipses in his short but adventurous life, had something to compare with. The sun touched the disk of Jupiter in its motion, and in a matter of minutes, everything was engulfed in a blood-red twilight. The sky, which had been shining with a bottomless blue a few moments ago, seemed to be filled with blood, and the steppe and forest, as far as the eye could see, turned black like coal. God, it's like hell! In the Christian hell! Abraham Van Weyden thought. But we are not Christians. And the bloody twilight was slowly fading, giving way to the blackness of the night. And now myriads of stars with an unusual pattern of constellations flashed in the sky. Yes, the constellations have changed, but not all of them. Some, beyond recognition, others, partially, and only the Milky Way, a huge starry river, as before, divided the sky into 2 unequal halves. Uncle Abraham, what is this? Morty's quiet whisper made Abraham Van Weyden look away from contemplating the great picture of the universe. Where? Over there! Morty, almost invisible in the darkness, pointed with his telescope at a huge black circle hanging in the sky, devoid of stars. This sun is Jupiter, the night side. He hides the stars from us, and therefore we do not see them, explained Abraham Van Weyden. I'm not talking about that, Morty persisted. There are lightning bolts from above and below. Here we go again. Morty raised the telescope to his eyes. Lightning on Jupiter? Abraham Van Weyden fumbled with his telescope. Yes, there is. Here they are. But not everywhere, but only in the upper and lower parts. And rather, not even lightning, but the glow at the poles. So this is, yes, exactly, the Aurora Borealis. Well, Morty? Well, big-eyed, it's a scientific discovery. Well, we'll write it down for you. Meanwhile, moving in its orbit, Jupiter's first satellite, Io, emerged from behind the planet's disk in the form of a narrow sickle, allowing itself to be examined in all details. Wow, nothing to do with our Earth's moon, stated Abraham Van Weyden, looking at Io in one of the 4 telescopes exposed, as last time on the island of Tristan da Cunha for general observation. Instead of the numerous ring mountains, light continental and dark arid seaplains typical of an Earth satellite, Io's surface was black and yellow, covered here and there with tall, smoking cones of erupting volcanoes. But Europa and Callisto, which also appeared shortly after Io, were no different from the Earth's moon, except in color. The surface of both was not yellowish, but gray, ashen. And then it was over. The darkness of the night was replaced by a rapidly dissipating red twilight, and once again there was a clear blue sky and bright sun around. The holiday, the day of the founding of the colony of Israel, was a success. Chapter 4: Repatriates. The next day, the construction of a new place began. Most of the male population of the colony of Israel, taking saws and axes, went to cut down trees, the main building material in these forest-rich places. Those who remained engaged in partial unloading of ships and the construction of an improvised lifting device, because dragging several thousand logs by hand down a steep slope is an activity exclusively for weightlifting enthusiasts or those who have nothing to do. But Abraham Van Weyden and his midshipmen got the job of surveyors. For even during the preparation for the expedition, it was decided that all settlements of the future colony of Israel should be built according to a clear, strictly defined plan, with wide, straight streets and a courtyard for one family, unlike the cities of Europe, with their narrow, crooked streets and houses of 2 or 3 floors, where due to population crowding, typhoid fever and cholera occur with frightening regularity. The work was not difficult, and the presence of a large number of assistants should have allowed, according to Abraham Van Weyden's estimates, to manage for the onset of another solar eclipse. But, as you know, if you want to make God laugh, tell him about your plans. The working day was in full swing when a strange, ever-increasing buzzing sound came from the sky. What's that? Abraham Van Weyden, distracted from the protractor, looked up and froze in disbelief. From the north, from the side of the lake, moving at an altitude of about 500 feet, the island was approaching. No, not a dense swarm of insects or even a fabulous dragon, but something completely different. An aircraft. Yes, it is an aircraft somewhat similar to Leonardo da Vinci's ornithopter, seen by Abraham Van Weyden in the drawing when visiting the University of Padua. However, unlike the creation of the great Italian genius of the Renaissance, the ornithopter had not 2 wings, but 4, located one above the other, and instead of a man hanging freely under the wing, there was an elongated cylindrical body, in the front of which there was some strange, shiny, ghostly circle, which became especially noticeable when it descended. The ornithopter, turning sharply, made a circle over the island, and the ornithopter pilot was clearly a man, which was especially clearly distinguishable through a telescope, waved to those on the ground.
Ger Van Weyden, what is it?
A question from one of the midshipmen distracted Abraham Van Weyden from watching an ornithopter circling over the island. This is an ornithopter, gentlemen midshipmen, an aircraft created by local people who are very similar to us, without any sorcery and the machinations of dark forces. Abraham Van Weyden smiled. There was just not enough panic because of superstition, and now everyone is downstairs to meet a guest. Look, he's coming down. And indeed, having finished circling over the island, the ornithopter moved away to the south, and then, turning around, began to descend slowly, obviously intending to land on the water using 2 small boats fixed in the lower part of the hull as floats. Ornithopter in the marine version, Abraham Van Weyden mentally summarized, hurriedly running down the steep slope to the galleon mooring place, where a delegation of greeters had already gathered, represented mainly by women and children, since most of the men, as already mentioned above, went to logging, and now looked at everything that was happening from another the shores. But Isaac Stern, Miguel de Torres, and Rebbe Michael Finkel were there, and it was good. Especially the presence of the Rebbe, who knew a dozen languages, which increased the chances of communication to a greater extent than sign language. However, from the results of the observation, thanks to the telescope that was so timely at hand, Abraham Van Weyden had a strong feeling that there would be no special difficulties with translation, because optics, among other things, made it possible to see the inscription on the body of the ornithopter, consisting of a combination of Arabic numerals and Latin letters. Clear evidence of the similarity of languages. And this is really good luck, Isaac Stern rejoiced. Mutual understanding is the most important thing for us right now. Rebbe, can you handle it? He looked questioningly at Michael Finkel. He nodded. I can handle it, Mr. Stern. I have to handle it. Otherwise, shame on my gray head. Meanwhile, a dinghy was sent to tow the ornithopter, which had been driven down and was already being demolished downstream. And, lo and behold, the language of the newcomer turned out to be understandable not only to the rabbi, but also to the rowers, also, judging by their actions, who took part in the dialogue. But there was no limit to the surprise of those who met them when, a quarter of an hour later, a young man in his early 20s, dressed in tight-fitting clothes and a leather helmet with glasses, got out of a boat moored to the shore. And, addressing Isaac Stern in pure German, He said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Stern. Let me introduce myself. The pilot of the reconnaissance aircraft of the steamer Neptune, Yakov Stern. They left Hamburg on August 21st, 1936, according to the Christian calendar." And after a short pause, switching to Hebrew, he continued, "Ger Stern, I am your descendant."
The story of Yakov Stern. Chapter 1. Robinson's under contract. The end of summer, and the weather is like ours in Arkhangelsk, although we are 13 degrees south. Standing on the upper deck near the lowered ladder, the radio telegraph operator of the steamer Neptune, Yakov Stern, shivered, feeling the dank dampness of the famous London fog seeping under a warm CP jacket. Yes, of course, the most correct thing in such weather is to go down to the cabin as passengers and crew members off duty do, or sit in the radio room and listen to the broadcast. But now it's not up to that. The soul is not in place. After all, they got up to load at one of the berths at the back of the Port of London in the morning, and now it's almost noon. And as the XO explained, what is happening does not look like a normal delay due to paperwork, especially considering that a police post appeared on the pier shortly after the captain left for shore. Why would it be? Because everything seems to be quiet, and all they need is to load up and set a direct course for Haifa in the Promised Land. Or maybe the police are not after their soul. Well, if so. In general, this is the most unpleasant occupation to change the country for the third time in my life. Russia, Germany, and now the mandated British territory of Palestine. Although, to be honest, he remembers little about Russia and Arkhangelsk, where he was born and grew up until the age of 5. More according to the stories of the parents. After all, since the distant 1919, when the ensign of the medical service of the Russian Imperial Army, Joseph Stern, literally miraculously took his family out of civil war-torn Russia on one of the last British military transports, almost a decade and a half has passed. So, for the most part, it's not about him in Arkhangelsk. He is more of a Hamburgian than an archangel. But anyway, life in the new homeland in Germany, where they settled as bearers of the German Jewish surname, was generally not bad, despite the fact that they had to live in a country that had lost the war. But doctors, and especially those with extensive experience in military field medicine, are needed everywhere, and therefore they did not suffer. Everything changed in 1933, when the NSDAP, that is, the National Socialist Workers' Party, won the next Reichstag elections. And then it started. Restrictions concerning Jews came down like a cornucopia. Moreover, in comparison with the Russian Empire, where restrictions were on the religious component and the baptized Jew became more or less free, here the main criterion was not religion, but nationality, regardless of whether the person was a Jew, a Christian, or even an atheist. If there is Jewish blood, it means not a German and not a person at all, but a second-class being, an Untermensch. And the consequences were not long in coming. Yakov felt impotent rage begin to boil inside. That's right. They didn't give me a year to finish my studies at the university. They kicked me out, and from the flying club too. But at least it's easier here, 200 hours of flight time and that's it. They will not go anywhere, as well as the knowledge of radio engineering. But who needs a half-educated geologist in Palestine? My father said, "Son, study to be a doctor. You can always feed yourself." People were sick, they are sick and they will be sick. And rocks and fossils, so it's in my free time. Or a doctor on a geological expedition, combining the useful with the pleasant. But we have something, and we don't want to lose it, because it's been more than 2 hours, and the captain is still gone. And the feeling of anxiety does not let go, as it did 2 months ago when their future father-in-law, the long-distance sailing Captain Carl Fishman, or simply Uncle Carl, came to them quite unexpectedly and almost from the threshold declared, "We need to leave Germany and the sooner the better." What was said was so unexpected that the parents literally fell into a stupor, and Uncle Carl, without waiting for any response, continued pouring out his soul with sailor directness. Here, as if, a big trouble happened to me. He looked at his father intently, as if looking for moral support from him, not only as a future relative, but also as a person who also went through the war, albeit on the other side. I met my former colleague at the port today. We fought together. He turns out to be back in the Kriegsmarine fleet. I wish I hadn't. I was glad to see him. I thought we'd sit in a tavern and remember Jutland, but he didn't even give me his hand. He looked at nothing and said that it was not appropriate for him to give a hand to a pure-blooded Aryan to some kind of non-commissioned officer. But if it hadn't been for me, the fish would have gnawed it long ago. That's what I told him, and I also reminded him about the cross for Jutland. And he replied to me that serving the Aryans for the Untermensch is a sacred duty determined by nature itself. And I can even cast a bullet from the cross and she will shoot herself if I don't like everything that is happening in Germany. That was the end of it. Isn't that a pig? Like a pig, my father agreed. But Carl, because of one incident, you never know how many ungrateful pigs there are in the world. And to drop everything like that at once. It wasn't because of one incident that my mother intervened in the conversation. Don't you read the newspapers? Or did you forget that Yasha is no longer studying at our university, and not because he is a slacker or a fool of the King of Heaven, but because... Yes, I did not forget, my father waved me off and I also read the newspapers. But I still haven't forgotten how and with what we arrived here. And I have to move again, and I'm far from 25 or even 30 anymore, so that I can work 2 shifts at the clinic like a bull. And this twitchy neurotic can't always be a Reich Chancellor. Maybe it will do? Well, remember Russia, where Jews were not smeared with honey for us either and lived nothing. It won't do as if won't do, Uncle Carl interrupted his father's monologue. After all, when I met this ungrateful pig, I found myself in the port for no official reason. You know I'm on vacation. I saw off another colleague of mine. To Argentina. Not at all. He joined the political police after the war. Since the 33rd year in the Gestapo. My father was amazed at the Gestapo. Carl didn't know you had such connections. I don't have any connections in the Gestapo, Uncle Carl paused. He came out to me himself, and before that we hadn't seen each other for 15 years. I was even very surprised at first when I heard about his move to Argentina. Why would a man with such a position and status suddenly seek happiness in emigration to foreign lands? And he told me this, the hair stood on end. In general, in short, Izef, everything that is happening now will not end with a simple glass breaking. And even your Russian Jewish pogroms will seem like child's play. They decided to put us all under the knife. And the solution is from the very top. And it doesn't matter who you are, an Orthodox Jew or like me, whose ancestors were baptized 200 years ago and who is already more German than a Jew who remembers God only when it is very stormy. They won't take anything into account. The final solution to the Jewish question. That's what he told me. Well, since he is a pure-blooded German, and now also an Aryan, he categorically does not want to take part in anything like this. He decided to move overseas to Argentina away from here and advised me the same. And that I would warn others whom I know about everything. If they stay, they will die. That's the kind of news I have. Do not reduce, do not add. Yes, Carl really can't reduce it, his father agreed, and then sighed heavily and said how he cut it off. We're leaving. The Gestapo is serious. With this, the issue of leaving Germany was resolved irrevocably and definitively. It only remained to choose a new country of residence, but they decided on this quite quickly, stopping at Palestine since no one is particularly waiting for refugees from Germany overseas, especially in light of the economic crisis raging in the North American United States, and it was pointless to move to one of the European countries neighboring Germany, since there was no guarantee that the Nazi anti-Semitic wave will not reach there in the near future. And Palestine, even though it is a mandatory British territory, is still the historical homeland of all Jews. The promised land given by God to the people of Israel. There's nowhere else to run. 2 months have passed since that memorable conversation, during which 2 very remarkable events happened. Firstly, Uncle Carl's daughter, née Gretchen Fishman, became Greta Stern, and secondly, a cargo and passenger steamer under the English flag anchored in the port of Hamburg, but with a German team hired by Captain Carl Fishman, which included a ship's doctor and radio telegraphist Joseph and Jacob Stern, father and son. The idea to go to a new place of residence not as ordinary passengers, but on their own chartered vessel arose purely by chance when my father noticed that among their future fellow travelers there were so many sailors that at least open a shipping company on the Hamburg-Palestine line. Listen, Izef, and this is a thought, Uncle Carl immediately caught fire with the idea. True, we are still far from a shipping company, but there are quite enough people for one full-fledged crew. And you can hire a steamer in England. I have connections among English ship owners. Moreover, Palestine is a mandatory British territory. It is beneficial to them, and he also thought for a second. And if everything works out, I'll take you both into the carriage. A radio telegrapher and a doctor. At least for one flight. Earn normal money, and then you know yourself, then after the exchange we have nothing less than a cat cried. It was simply stupid to refuse the opportunity to earn hard currency in the form of British pounds in the current situation, and therefore they agreed without hesitation. Moreover, the steamer is not a sailboat. You will not have to climb the masts, and the captain is considered his own. If anything, he will tell you. And then everything went like clockwork. More than successful negotiations with ship owners on the repair of a small but still decent-sized cargo and passenger steamer bearing the proud name of the god of the sea Neptune. Transfer from London to Hamburg for passengers and part of the cargo. A new transition to London, where there is only one thing left to boot up here. And then, in a completely incomprehensible way, the captain who went ashore disappears. What if? With Zaid, noiselessly, as she was able to do, Greta came up and hugging her shoulders at once drove away thoughts of all the bad things. Yasha, why are you freezing here? Let's go to the cabin. I'm worried too, but you can wait in the warmth. Of course you can, Yakov agreed, but only. Quite unexpectedly, Uncle Carl emerged from the shroud of fog still hanging over the pier like a ghost and literally flew up the ladder to the deck. Are you waiting? We are waiting. Where have you been for so long? Greta began. We're all ready with Mom. You'll soon find out where you were. Uncle Carl waved away. There were no incidents, Captain Yakov reported. We are not in the vicinity. If you mean the police, then she has been on duty here for 2 hours. They just arrived and are standing there. Which is quite expected, Uncle Carl sighed and said in a sinking voice. Yasha, call your father and both of them to my cabin. We need to talk. We seem to be in trouble, and very seriously. Carl, at least the climate there is not like in Greenland. My father looked questioningly at Uncle Carl, who looked confused and seemed to have aged overnight. No, it's like in Norway. I was there in my youth before the war. You can live. But that's not the point. What will people say about everything when they find out? You and I are as if to us. After all, it was you and I who started everything. Everyone was gathered, but instead of Palestine. And nothing good, my father sighed. But what choice do we have? We've been pinned to the wall. That's right, Ezef is against the wall. Uncle Carl jumped up and ran around the cabin. Yes, in general, during the conversation I got the strong impression that all this is a temporary restriction on entry into Palestine. And this is what Carl told his father in an unquestioning tone. Because first of all, we do not know everything, and Palestine is really not calm and the local Arabs are extremely dissatisfied with the Jewish repatriation. And then we should bow down to the gentlemen of the British for offering us this option. And secondly, even if you are right. So what? What are we going to do? We will send a petition of protest to the Prime Minister or the King himself. I'll tell you where this petition will be sent, or you'll guess it yourself once. Well, if we start making noise, the police are on the dock. And then they will definitely send everyone to Germany together. Do you want to go back to the Third Reich, Carl? I don't want. And that's why when we talk to people, we should not focus on this, but on the fact that we ourselves did not know anything and that everything that happened was a banal twist of fate. Well, we were all unlucky. We were just unlucky and the British solution offered to us is the best and only correct one. Moreover, the contract is only for 5 years, which is quite divine. Yes, indeed, Yakov mentally agreed divinely. My intuition, which literally screamed about impending troubles, did not deceive me again. Because due to the discontent of the local Arab population, the British authorities were forced to temporarily suspend the repatriation of Jews to Palestine, which was notified by the captain of the steamer Neptune, Carl Fishman, in the office of the shipping company by a representative of the British emigration authorities. But based on the situation with the 300 Jewish repatriates on board the steamer Neptune and understanding their difficult and almost desperate situation, the representative of the British emigration authorities offered everyone to conclude a 5-year contract with the British Navy to work as civilian support personnel for the future British naval base in the Auckland Islands. For those who are weak in geography, 250 miles south of New Zealand. The task is surprisingly simple. To live on the largest of the islands of the Auckland archipelago and provide all possible assistance in the event of ships from Great Britain and its friendly countries entering the islands. And if you consider that the ships of Great Britain and its friendly countries are extremely rare in this area of the Pacific Ocean, then you will have to do a little more than nothing. As they say in Russia, work does not hit a recumbent person. That's exactly what my father agreed when Yakov named another reason why it's still worth signing a contract with Royal Navy. After all, in fact, what happens? We live in our community quietly and peacefully. We catch fish, grow vegetable gardens, and the bank account grows. Anyway, my father paused. I have a feeling that history is starting to repeat itself. What do you mean? Uncle Carl didn't understand. What are you talking about? And about that, my father paused again, that about 300 years ago, one of our ancestors, well, not exactly an ancestor, but a relative on the sidelines, Isaac Stern, caught fire with the idea of creating a Jewish colony in Australia. It was completely uninhabited at that time. He equipped 4 galleons, Abraham, Moses, David, Solomon, and sailed from Hamburg. And as I understand it, they did not reach Australia. Not enough, Carl, not enough, sighed the father. Otherwise, we might be living in a completely different world right now. The last news from them came from Kapstadt, that is, from Cape Town. Well, the fact that they did not reach Australia is not surprising. Uncle Carl brought out his authoritative resume of a professional sailor. The galleon is not a steamer, but the idea was worthwhile. Carl, What are you up to? My father was wary. Nothing yet, but you never know how life might turn out. Uncle Carl smiled for the first time during the conversation. However, he glanced at his watch. We're gathering everyone on the upper deck. What the people will say. And let's hope it doesn't get to the police. Fears about possible dissatisfaction with the presentation of claims to the organizers of the collective relocation to Palestine have not been justified. If the shock of what was happening affected, then it immediately became clear to everyone that it was useless to protest and they should be content with little. But anyway, the police squad on duty at the pier was left without work, and there were no people willing to refuse to sign a contract with the British Navy. And everything went smoothly again. First, an authorized naval officer came on board to process the paperwork. Then, which surprised everyone, the now auxiliary employees of the Royal Navy were paid their due salary 3 months in advance. As explained by the officer who issued the papers for the entire period of the transition of the Neptune from London to the Auckland Islands. Well, as the cherry on the cake, everyone was allowed to go ashore to make purchases of personal belongings and basic necessities necessary for life on the islands of the Auckland archipelago. And so that no one who came ashore would get lost in an unfamiliar city and delay the departure, several large double-decker buses were brought directly to the pier. A miracle, that's all. But anyway, in the afternoon, fully loaded with agricultural equipment for Australian and New Zealand farmers and settled to the very waterline, the Neptune left the Thames estuary into the expanses of the North Sea, heading towards the English Channel. The long-distance sea voyage from London to the Auckland Islands lost in the expanses of the Pacific Ocean has begun. Chapter 2. Raider against Raider. Or, Bludgeon on the Ridge. What's that? The sharp, absorbing crackle of radio interference, which in an instant drowned out all the sounds of the air, unpleasantly hit my ears. The storm must be coming. Yakov, turning down the volume, turned the vernier, and how strong. Interference across all ranges. We need to report to the watch and switch off, otherwise. Suddenly, the door flew open, and Uncle Carl literally flew into the radio room. Connection with St. Helena. Quickly, give it to me. The steamer Neptune. We are under threat of attack by a German submarine. They demand to stop for inspection. Suspicion of transporting slaves. The change in the situation turned out to be so rapid that Yakov literally fell into a stupor from everything that was happening, and then, squeezing out every word, said, "I can't, Captain. There is no connection. Interference on all waves. The storm is coming." A thunderstorm? What kind of thunderstorm? Uncle Carl grabbed the headphones, listened to the broadcast for a couple of seconds, and then said in a peremptory tone, "It's not a thunderstorm. They're jamming the airwaves so we don't call for help. Yasha, follow me." In addition to the watchman, there was also a mate and a boatswain. Control room. Moreover, everyone, with the exception of the helmsman standing at the helm, watched through the side porthole of the port side a submarine running a parallel course, no more than in a cable, with a swastika flag flying over the wheelhouse, clearly indicating the nationality of this predator of the depths. There is no connection. There will be no help. They're jamming the airwaves. The radio telegrapher is a witness. Uncle Carl nodded towards Yakov and after a short pause continued. "Pass the flags. You are understood. We're going to drift. We are ready to receive the inspection party. And we will meet them." "Captain, what do you want?" the XO began. "Yes." Uncle Carl literally roared. "This is a war, and it began in the 33rd. They'll rob us first, then drown us, and the ends will fall into the water. So do it. And if anyone is afraid, then I will answer for everything personally to the British." "Carl, do you need help?" "What is it?" the boatswain asked, a smile playing on his face, more like a predator's grin. "I need it, Izzy." Uncle Carl smiled too. "And get the people off the deck so they don't get in the way." So that's what kind of agricultural machinery is here. Yakov, who was also taken to help, standing near the open door of a cargo container installed on the deck, watched with mixed feelings as the veterans of the Kaiserliche Marine prepared for battle one of the 2 Hotchkiss revolver guns hidden inside. Yes, of course, on the one hand, he like everyone else, signed a contract with Royal Navy to enroll in civilian support personnel, and on the other, the Navy is the Navy, and something like that, in general, was to be expected, but somehow. "Is it scary?" Uncle Carl leaned out of the container. "Not much," Yakov admitted honestly. "Me too, but the main thing here is not to panic, and the rest." He glanced at the submarine, which had already begun to slow down. "So Yasha, as soon as we drift, on my command you open and hold the second door, and Izya and I will stuff them with steel. A submarine is not a battleship, it's enough for our hearts and 7 eyes. And close your ears, or you'll go deaf. Do you understand everything? That's it, Herr Captain. Do it. Meanwhile, events went on as usual, and, fulfilling the requirements of the warship of the Third Reich, the English cargo and passenger steamer Neptune, having stopped the car, drifted, gave up the storm ladder, ready to receive the inspection party. Complete submission to fate, and recognition of the right of the strong, if not for a pair of guns inside a seemingly unremarkable cargo container installed on the upper deck, allowing them to fire on both sides, overnight turning a harmless civilian steamer into a kind of raider capable of sending a much more well-armed and protected to the bottom with a sudden blow of its camouflaged artillery the enemy. Well, what are they pulling there? Yakov was all on pins and needles. They have already drifted, and the boat is being lowered from the submarine. Or something with a gun? And then I heard, open up. To open the container door is a second, another half a second to cover your ears. Just in time. The roar of the shot hit even the closed ears rather weakly, and an explosion flashed on the hull of the submarine, in the area of the control room. There is a hit. Another shot, another hit, then another and another. A blinding flash, a terrible roar, and the submarine, broken in two due to an internal explosion, lifting its bow and stern high, disappears underwater in a matter of moments. Yasha, how are you? Did you get caught by the shards? No, it's not hooked. Well, that's good, Uncle Carl smiled. Good luck, they hit the shell cellar. More than enough, the boatswain agreed. Carl, are we going to lower the boat? Absolutely, Izia, absolutely. It is necessary to collect trophies. Maybe something interesting will come up. We must at least try to understand why we are suddenly being hunted like this. Carl, are you? No, Henry, the devil of the sea is on your soul. Uncle Carl grinned like a hungry crocodile. Didn't you expect to meet again like this? I see, I didn't expect it, but in vain. The earth is round, Henry. And the Lord, he sees everything. Well, how do you like the armor piercing in the shell cellar from the Untermensch? Is it impressive? The boat sent to collect trophies unexpectedly found one, although stunned, but alive, among the corpses of the members of the inspection group, who were floating on the water, thanks to their life jackets. And not just anyone, but a former colleague of Uncle Carl, who advised him a little more than 3 months ago to shoot himself by pouring a bullet from the Iron Cross received for the Battle of Jutland. And now, on the deck, with a huge crowd of spectators, an amazing spectacle was unfolding, worthy of the highest praise from theater critics, with the only difference that both actors played themselves in this performance. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you. Uncle Carl pointed at the prisoner. Heinrich is my former colleague, an active officer of the Kriegsmarine, a member of the SS, a pure-blooded Aryan and an ungrateful pig, to whom I saved his life, but he did not even give me his hand at our last meeting, but advised me to make a bullet out of the cross for Jutland, and she, as an Untermensch, shoot herself. And now a pirate. What pirate, Carl? It's you pirates! The prisoner suddenly howled. Resisting a German warship. His sinking from a disguised weapon mounted on board a civilian steamer. What is this? Not piracy? Self-defense, Uncle Carl said with emphasis in his voice. Nobody hid the guns. Deck cargo and cargo containers is the property of the British Navy, as well as much more. And that's all according to the bill of lading. And the fact that we used one of them. Yes, I won't deny it, just like you think, Henry, you won't deny that we weren't the first to open fire on you, but you demanded that we stop at gunpoint and take an inspection party. Supposedly we have slaves on board. You would also accuse us of smuggling live mammoths. And what they didn't have to do at all was jam the air, they immediately gave themselves away. But we got distracted. Uncle Carl looked the prisoner straight in the eyes. Even though you offended me a lot then, Henry, but I will not settle accounts. If you tell the truth, who ordered us to be robbed and sunk, you will live. I'll hand you over to the British. If not, I'll have them strung up on a cargo boom like a pirate on a yard. Choose. There was no order to rob, the prisoner said in a sinking voice. Just sink it, to torpedo, and so that no one survives. I don't know whose order it is. And with the robbery, the captain's idea was. He heard from his friend the customs officer that the Jews, when leaving, were trying to smuggle gold, so he decided. Creative execution of an order, Uncle Carl commented. That's right, what's the good of disappearing? It's better to divide among ourselves, fraternally, than to go to the bottom. And the ocean, it's big, who knows? But about the gold, Henry, your captain miscalculated. We don't have any gold, not at all, not a grain. I don't know how it was with others, but we just didn't get skinned before we left. What else can you say? No. But, Carl, you promised. I promised I would, but I'm sorry, Henry, but you'll have to stay under lock and key all the way to New Zealand, and there's no other way. But it did not work out to transfer to the British counterintelligence the only survivor of the crew of the destroyed pirate submarine, because after a couple of hours he died quietly, while under guard, in one of the cabins. And the autopsy showed that the cause of death was not a concussion received during the explosion of the submarine, but an ordinary heart attack. Listen, Azef, of course, I have no doubt about your diagnosis and I will attach a medical conclusion to the report in all its form, but for a submariner to suffer from a simple heart attack? The conversation took place in a narrow circle, in the captain's cabin, over a mug of fragrant Bavarian shortly after the fleeting funeral of the prisoner, whose corpse, banally, was thrown overboard without any funeral rite, as befits a pirate. Not simple, Carl, but caused by strong emotional feelings. Remember yourself. How did it feel when your colleague, whose life you saved, muddied you? I haven't slept all night, Uncle Carl said honestly. Here it is the same, with the only difference that he and his kind do not consider us to be people at all, and according to their ideas it was not even a robbery, but just to take their own. And for them, instead of gold, a club on the spine. And most importantly, from whom? Yes, here perhaps. Azef, you're right, Uncle Carl agreed. Any heart attack is enough, because it almost turned out according to Lermontov. How is it with him? The poet's soul couldn't stand it, suggested Yakov. That's right, Yasha, you can't say more precisely, and although Henry was never a poet. And right now, Carl, that's what worries me the most, the bosun chimed in. Why are we being hunted? The interception by a submarine of a foreign cargo and passenger steamer in peacetime with a categorical order to sink it, leaving no trace. And why? To send 300 Jews to the bottom? I'm sorry, I don't believe it. As well as the fact that all this is due to the fact that one of our people spat in beer to this twitchy corporal before sailing. Did you spit in the beer? There was a momentary pause, after which everyone present literally choked on laughter. Well, you have a version, Isya, although I wouldn't refuse that, Uncle Carl finally said, stopping laughing. But seriously, we don't have any special cargo on board, if that's what you mean, except for ourselves. Ourselves? What do you mean, Carl? The bosun did not understand. Explain it. I'll explain. Of course, this is only my version, but... Uncle Carl was silent for a while, collecting his thoughts. It is very consistent with the whole logic of events. To begin with, back in England, when we were all offered a contract with the Royal Navy to sign, it seemed very strange to me. After all, we are, in fact, foreigners, even if we are future residents of the mandated British territory. Did the counterintelligence check on us? Yes, the contract is for civilian support personnel, but for the Navy, of course, the military. But she should have The bosun agreed, almost choking on beer from such a revelation. If only the British, he tried to grab at straws. I don't know, Uncle Carl shrugged. Maybe so, but it's doubtful. These are not the days of the sailing fleet, when sailors were recruited from various kinds of drunks and pubs. But that's not the strangest thing. And the contract? To provide all possible assistance to the ships of Great Britain and its friendly countries. But which one? There are no specifics. But in order to perform any, even the simplest ship maintenance work, specialists are needed. Do we have many of them, not counting the crew? You can count on the fingers of one hand. And the contract was offered to everyone without exception. For humane reasons? Uncle Carl gulped down the rest of the beer in his mug. So Isya, I wasn't born yesterday, and I know what's what in life. The British would not, even with the best intentions, take incompetence into the Navy. They could, for example, send those who did not suit them to India or some other colony, since Palestine is still closed. And what do you suppose, Carl? The bosun was wary. That's it, Uncle Carl said in an admonitory tone. What if we take into account the presence in the contract of only two absolutely clear conditions, the term and place of service, and also a very good salary, which should be paid not to auxiliary civilian personnel, but to the personnel of the fleet? Then this whole naval base, to which the British have assigned us to serve, will consist only of ourselves. Yes, ourselves, with a very simple task. To prevent enemy raiders from entering the Auckland Islands in wartime. The British are preparing for a new war with Germany. And you Emden, and other similar raiders remember. What did they do during the last war? And now it won't work out that way to settle down near some uninhabited island in a quiet cove. The British will settle all the islands just like us. And they benefit, and we have a place to live while Palestine is closed. That's why the weapons were immediately issued, so that they would not be delivered in a hurry. And there are plenty of former infantrymen and gunners among the passengers. Well, the fact that none of us will go over to the German side is, clear without any counterintelligence. It makes sense, the boatswain had agreed. Only, Carl, it is unclear why it was necessary to send a submarine to intercept, if the Abwehr even got wind of all these plans of the British. Well, they would have sunk us, so what? There would be no other willing people, including Jews. There would be a lot, Uncle Carl agreed. Only here, as I understand it, easier, politics. This, as you correctly said, twitchy corporal could not survive such a thing that we Jews, although so far with the help of the British, began to show his teeth. Here, Azef, he told me a lot about his youth in Russia, about how he was in the Jewish self-defense unit. A useful experience. Well, wow. Yakov looked at his father in surprise. But there's not a word about it at home, not half a word. Useful, but not the most pleasant, my father sighed, catching Yakov's surprised look. Have you ever wondered, son, why we ended up outside the pale of settlement in Arkhangelsk? What are we going to do, Carl? The boatswain reminded of the mortal reality. After all, if they send a second boat. They won't, Uncle Carl said with absolute certainty in his voice. The ocean is big, and it's not so easy to find us. Firstly, secondly, Germany does not have so many submarines, and thirdly, after such a shameful failure due to ordinary greed, you really have to be out of your mind. A pirate attack by a German submarine on a peaceful English steamer with Jewish emigrants, consider them refugees. A loud international scandal is guaranteed. And St. Helena already knows. Yasha sent the cipher message. True, of course, it is not yet a fact that the British will want to make public everything that happened, but anyway, we provided them with a couple of extra points in politics. Let's hope that they won't forget us either. Listen, Carl, do we have anything else besides 2 guns? The boatswain looked questioningly at Uncle Carl. Or maybe he paused. No, Isya, it's not a secret anymore, Uncle Carl smiled. It was all a secret until today, but now I don't see the point in hiding it. In addition to the guns, there are 50 Springfield 19.3 rifles and a pair of Lewis machine guns. Everything is new, in oil. According to the bill of lading, as well as the guns are the property of the British Navy. It is intended to arm the guards of the future naval base. How are the cartridges? 1,000 boxes, the boatswain summed up solidly. There's not enough for one fight. What's in the big container at the stern? Yakov asked, who had been curious for a long time. It was too strange, unlike the others, obviously made to transport something specific. Is it an armored car, by any chance, or even 2? Suggested the father, who had finished with another mug of beer. The dimensions allow. No, Izef, I didn't guess. The deck will not withstand such a heavy load. There, Uncle Carl winked slyly at Yakov. Is a reconnaissance hydroplane? A seaplane scout? Yakov was extremely surprised. And he thought that he had said goodbye to the sky for a long time. After all, if one could still hope to find something similar to an aero club in Palestine, then in the Auckland Islands. And here's such luck. However, of course, it is not yet a fact that he will be allowed to fly on a reconnaissance plane. He's not a Royal Air Force pilot. But on the other hand, there was a reason why, when signing the contract, the recruiting officer asked in all the details, what he flew and how many raids he had. Certainly not for the sake of curiosity, and therefore, and there is gasoline, and oil, and spare parts, and in general, everything you need. Uncle Carl continued in the tone of a snake tempter. I see how the eyes lit up. And since you, Yasha, are the only pilot among us, I think that upon arrival the British will offer you to sign an addendum to the contract. Moreover, according to the bill of lading, this is again not a scout, but a communications aircraft. There is no need to talk about any legal issues. Carl, so maybe, in that case, the British will give us a destroyer for the Coast Guard? The boatswain perked up. And what happens? The pilot is in action, the land forces too, they have rifles and cannons with a machine gun, and we are sailors? Well, you're gaping at a destroyer for nothing, is ya? Uncle Carl grinned. Don't forget that we are all civilian support personnel. But it's a worthwhile idea. Even if the British are not thinking about anything like this right now, then they need to be prompted to this idea. However, it's not a destroyer or even a rambot to ask for, but some kind of fishing vessel. We have a lot of people from the team who went fishing at one time. There are some, the boatswain confirmed. And in case of war, a pair of camouflaged guns for the bow and stern of such a fisherman, and a ready hook. That's what I mean, Uncle Carl confirmed. The boatswain broke into a smile. And in general, for all the good things. I agree. Uncle Carl nodded. For our future little fleet, for all of us, for all the good things, and also. He suddenly became serious. For the fact that no matter what, a new war still does not happen. Otherwise, the last one will be enough for me for the rest of my life. Chapter 3, Disappeared. Yasha, wake up. Eh? What? Yakov opened his eyes with difficulty. The cabin was dimly lit by a strip of light coming through the curtained porthole. And he was woken up by the bosun? The dream, as if by hand, was lifted. To send a bosun as a messenger? He's not a sailor? What happened? Hush, you'll wake the others, the bosun whispered. The captain is calling. Get dressed and get into the control room quickly. Yes, Mr. Bosun. Yakov hurriedly began to pull on a sailor's robe, especially since the bosun, having fulfilled the duties of a messenger, for some reason did not leave, but remained waiting, standing in the middle of the cabin, thereby being an additional adjusting factor. But the strangest thing was not even that, but the fact that, judging by the lighting, it had long been morning, if not the first half of the day at all, but there was silence around, like in the dead of night, when only the watch is awake, and the passengers and most of the crew are having their 10th dream. By the way, what time is it? Yakov reached for his watch. It's morning now. The bosun also whispered, without giving a glance at the dial, and immediately, without a pause, continued. Ready? Come on, the captain is waiting. We didn't meet anyone on the way to the control room, which was quite normal for an early morning. Something else was abnormal. The Neptune was lying adrift, and this, if you add the bosun messenger here, who was also the captain's unofficial delegate, suggested certain, not very good thoughts that something non-trivial had happened. But what? Certainly not a car breakdown, or any other accident, Yakov decided after a little thought. Otherwise the bosun would not have been sent for him, limiting himself to a sailor on watch. And then what? Another submarine? No, it doesn't look like the bosun is too calm, or a secret meeting with some British warship, and he is needed to establish communication. It looks like that, unless of course. But anyway, what's to guess, now we'll find out. They entered the control room. Yasha, how are you? Are you okay? Or should I call my father? Uncle Carl looked at Yakov with concern. You look very pale. No need. Yakov shook his head. Let him sleep. You didn't need a doctor. And anyway, you'll turn pale here from such news. The whole world is on the wrong side. Yes, of course, following the bosun into the control room, Yakov assumed that something had happened that did not quite fit into the usual rhythm of life. But to hear, and most importantly, to see such a thing. And the following happened. A little more than half an hour ago, or to be precise, at 1 hour 45 minutes past midnight, right ahead, quite suddenly, as if from nowhere, a strip of dense, rapidly expanding fog appeared. The third mate on watch, assuming that the cause of the fog could be an iceberg that broke off from the glaciers of Antarctica, gave the order to change course. But then the magnetic compass card suddenly spun like a top, and the next moment the whole ship was plunged into darkness, in the literal sense of the word. It was not only the cabin that was de-energized. The lights went out everywhere, including the running lights. But that was just the beginning. While they were trying to figure out what was the matter, along the way listening to terrified reports from the engine room about the lack of emergency lighting, which should not have been in principle, since it is powered by batteries, everything around lit up with a strange, flickering, emerald green light. And the watchman in the control room had the feeling that the Neptune. He found himself in a huge, half-filled tunnel with rotating walls of clouds shining with emerald green light. And then everything disappeared, and the day came. Immediately, abruptly, in an instant. No, the sun has not risen above the horizon. It just shone in the sky. And it's not the only one. In the east, directly ahead, not eclipsed by bright sunlight, a huge moon hung quite high above the horizon, not like the moon, in the phase of the first quarter exceeding the apparent diameter of an ordinary moon by 20 times, and 3 smaller moons were visible near it. Also in the month-to-half disk phase. From a state of prostration from everything that was happening, those in the control room were brought out by a message from the engine room that the lighting was working again. After which the third mate, who finally came to his senses, ordered to drift and wake the captain, who, seeing such an outrage in the surrounding world, in turn, gave the order to call the executive officer and the second to the control room an assistant, as well as a bosun. Following a brief brainstorming session, all those present agreed on only one thing. The large moon is very similar to the planet Jupiter, and the 3 small ones are like Galilean moons. Io, Europa, Ganymede and Callisto. Moreover, one of them either got lost on the way when Jupiter was flying to Earth's orbit, or is in an eclipse, and therefore is not visible. As for everything else, that is, the reasons for what happened, then here. So that's it, Yasha. Uncle Carl paused. Go to the radio room and try to catch at least something. Any news? Because he paused again. This doesn't look like anything at all. I'll try. Yakov nodded, and thought to himself, if only after these electrical protuberations the radio station is still intact. But contrary to fears, the radio station turned out to be in working order, but the air was silent. Only radio interference rustled, the echo of distant thunderstorms. Moreover, there were no radio broadcasts on all bands, including shortwaves, where the air is clogged around the clock, and you can hear a radio station broadcasting from the other side of the earth. And here. Okay, Yakov decided, a negative result is also a result. And taking off his headphones, he went to the control room. Well, what? Is there any news? Uncle Carl met him with a question. No way, Herr Captain, the air is empty on all bands. Yakov spread his hands. But we're not empty, Uncle Carl said with a kind of tragic smile. And 2 whole pieces of news. There are 36 feet, 9 meters, under the keel, instead of 3,000, this is the first news, and the second, Kushabo. He took a deep breath. The water overboard is fresh. How fresh is it? Yakov did not understand. Like in a river or lake. There, you can see for yourself. And with these words Uncle Carl pointed with his gaze at the bucket of water standing in the middle of the cabin. As it turned out, while Yakov was trying to catch at least something on the air, the watchman did not waste time in vain and began checking the bridge instruments for their serviceability, which was not at all superfluous, bearing in mind the obscure events that had recently occurred, where all imaginable and unimaginable laws of nature were violated. Strangely enough, everything worked except for the echo sounder, which also seemed to work, but gave out a depth of only 30 feet, which corresponded more to the depth of the Azov or Baltic seas than to the depth of the ocean off the coast of South Africa, unless, of course, the Neptune accidentally drifted over the top of a seamount, which it could have been too. But anyway, to check the sonar readings, an ordinary lot was lowered overboard, hastily made from a bucket and a piece of cable. The depth turned out to be the same, 30 feet, and the water in the bucket was fresh, which turned out to be completely accidental when one of the sailors who conducted depth measurements, surprised by the presence of particles very similar to river mud at the bottom of the bucket, tasted the water. So we're at the mouth of the Amazon? Yakov was amazed, mechanically recalling from a school geography course one unusual feature of this great South American river, the flow of which is so strong that it pushes the salty ocean water deep into the water for several tens of miles. Yasha, what are you talking about? Uncle Carl stared at Yakov in surprise. What Amazon? We are in South Africa. Or do you want to say, but the bosun, who intervened in the conversation, did not let him finish. That's right, Carl. I do not know how it could have happened, but it explains everything. I mean, the water is fresh and the mud is at the bottom. Amazon, it's wide. About 40 miles, and the water near the mouth is fresh. Remember, you and I visited those parts 2 years ago. You were also surprised. The river is like the ocean, the shores are not visible. I remember, Izzy, I remember, Uncle Carl said with a deep sigh of relief. Now at least something is beginning to clear up. Well done, Yasha. You know geography well. So, in this case, we had to pass over land, if in a straight line. The second mate doubted the possibility of their current location. Not necessarily at all, assuming the displacement of the continents, the ex-sec objected. The southern tip of Africa has moved to the mouth of the Amazon, and we are with it. Or South America. It doesn't matter, Uncle Carl interrupted the XO. The main thing is that now we know at least approximately where we are. And the Earth is close. And how all these miracles happened there, let the big-headed academics figure it out, they get paid for it. Captain, what's the course? The helmsman, who had been silent until that time, reminded of the mortal reality. And you need a lot, otherwise at such depths you can easily run aground. Or shall we go by echo sounder? We'll have to, Uncle Carl said without much enthusiasm in his voice. No one was going to come here. But first we need to determine the location more precisely. Will you order the motorboat to be lowered, Herr Captain? Asked the third mate, who was still on watch. You can, of course, but it will take a long time. Uncle Carl said after a moment's thought. Until they reach the shore, until they find the nearest village, until they go back. So you can take it all night. And looking at Yakov, he asked the question that he had been waiting for a long time. Yasha, tell me straight out, if we launch the hydroplane, will you be able to fly to explore? But without excessive heroism. It's an unfamiliar car, you've never flown one like this. I don't want Greta to remain a widow. Well, I don't want to either, Yakov smiled. But I can fly. There will be no risk. I have 200 flight hours, half on a seaplane, you know. The weather is good, almost calm. And the fact that I didn't fly on this particular model is not particularly important. The biplane is very stable, whether are German, English or American. In general, anyone. To fall into a tailspin or turn somersaults on landing, a special talent is needed. Okay, fly. Who will you take with you? No one. There will be cargo in the second cabin, Yakov explained. A bag of NZ, a rifle with cartridges and a field radio station in case of an emergency landing. So the rifle and the radio station are from the military cargo. The XO, who has always been distinguished by increased scrupulousness and loved to do everything according to the rules, became worried. So was the cannon we used to sink the submarine, Uncle Carl reminded him. But then the British gentleman didn't show much dissatisfaction. So let's hope that there will be no complaints now. And the hydroplane is also not a private cargo. That's it, Yasha, go. Get ready, and let's hope, Uncle Carl paused, that you won't need it. It didn't take long to prepare for the flight. Thanks to the command of the British Navy, which revealed after the incident with the submarine and, as a result, the disclosure of the mystery of the cargo being transported, did not object to Mr. Yakov Stern, who signed a contract to serve in the civilian support staff of Royal Navy and who also has flight training, familiarized himself in detail with the seaplane being transported as cargo. Of course, he's flying it. And this allowed Yakov, as the mechanics say, to sort out the car one by one. And now, flying around the Neptune in a wide circle with a smooth climb, Yakov listened to the engine with satisfaction. It worked smoothly, without failures and howls, humming evenly on takeoff mode. Well, I didn't try in vain. It paid off. Meanwhile, the height grew and grew. 100 meters, 150, 200, 250, 300 meters. And here is the shore. We can assume that I did not fly in vain. That's just. Steering the car towards the shore, Yakov looked at the horizon in surprise. No, it was clearly not the Amazon, which, however, he had never flown over before and had never even been to those parts. But purely geographically. The coast should have stretched from east to west or from west to east, if you look in the direction of the flow of this most full-flowing river in the world. Here, the coast, gently curving to the north and south, went into the distance as far as the eye could see, most of all resembling the coast of a sea bay or a large freshwater lake, into which, from the east, Yakov looked closely. Yes, it is, either flows in, or a fairly wide river flows out. And only in the west, up to the horizon, is the water surface. Definitely not Amazon. And what? Great American Lakes or? Okay, we'll figure it out, Yakov decided, heading for the mouth of the river. His task is to find people. Any settlement, even the tiniest one. Yes, even the hut of a hermit fisherman. And where to look for people, if not along the riverbed, if the coast of this incomprehensible lake is definitely extinct. Yakov kept turning his head, trying to see why, no, not even a steamer or a barge anymore, but at least a fishing boat, well, or an Indian canoe, after all, if this is really the shore of one of the great American lakes. But it was all in vain. Nothing. No one. Meanwhile, the mouth or source of the river was rapidly approaching, and then Yakov saw people, but not on the shore, but on an island that divided the river into two unequal parts. The island was quite large, with high, almost vertical shores and a flat, shrubby peak, on which there were people doing some kind of work. However, they were no longer engaged, but pointing with their hands at the hydroplane flying in their direction. It seems that aviation, given the local wilderness, was a novelty for them, although they were clearly not Indians in their clothes. The Europeans. It's already good, Yakov rejoiced. Maybe someone knows English or even German. What's this? 4 large sailboats were anchored near the shore of the island. But it was not the swift sailing of the sea, clippers and not the multi-masted windjammer barges that from time to time called at the port of Hamburg. And the old ones. Galleons of the 17th century. With a low bow and a high, ornate stern, on the masts of which, Yakov could not believe his eyes, white flags with a blue hexagonal star, the Star of David, were flying. Jews? And then something clicked in Yakov's head, as if something clicked, and he understood everything. They are the disappeared ones. The expedition of his ancestor Isaac Stern, which disappeared in the 17th century during the transition to Australia. But how? 300 years have passed, and they? U-turn, descent, engine on low gas. The floats touch the water. A dinghy is in full swing from the shore, to the hydroplane that has been brought down and is already being carried downstream. There are people in 17th century clothes, and on the high carved stern of the galleons the names Abraham, Moses, David, Solomon shine in gold. That's how it was, Yakov finished the story. And there was silence, broken only by the barely audible hiss of a working radio station, and the buzzing of ubiquitous insects. And the people? People were silent, trying, as on that very first day in this world, to accept and realize what had happened. After all, to think that their descendants came to them, living 3 centuries later with all their amazing things and knowledge, to live side by side now. And then? But Isaac Stern did not allow himself to dwell on what had happened for a long time, taking control of the situation in his usual, unobtrusive manner. All current work is cancelled for today, he said. We are meeting our future colonist brothers. But we don't have a pilot or a pilot. How much sediment does the Neptune have? I'll clarify now. Yakov bent over the radio station. 20 feet, Mr. Stern. They will pass, Abraham Van Wyden stated. 30 to 40 feet in the fairway. Well, that's great, Isaac Stern smiled. Let's start. Herr Van Wyden, you're in charge. And the work began. Fortunately, there was everything necessary among the cargo of the galleons, and some experience was also present since the time of the call on Tristan da Cunha, and therefore they managed quite quickly. Much faster than it took the Neptune, running at low speed under the echo sounder, to reach the shore. And here I had to suffer a little, in the sense that there is nothing worse than waiting, because everyone was understandably terribly curious. An ornithopter, called a hydroplane, has been seen. The work of the radio station was observed. With a multi-shot rifled rifle, the Springfield 1903, the colony's best marksman, Marine Commander Aaron Yeager, was able to hit a bull's head-sized target from 2,000 feet, 5 times out of 5. And also the Moser wristwatch, which literally delighted Goldfinger the watchmaker. And an electric flashlight and a gasoline lighter.
Chapter 1. Down the Jordan.
Good luck!
Have a safe journey. Come back soon. Those standing on the dock waved to the departing boats, seeing off the first geographical expedition. Abraham Van Wyden, sitting at the helm of the last boat, also waved to Morty and Sarah. Well, it's about time. 2 years have passed, and there has still been no full-fledged geographical research, except for short-term forays into the forest or steppe. But now, although to be honest, this expedition is mostly not geographical, but geological. The colony of Israel needs resources. At a minimum, iron and copper. As a maximum, the more, the better. And it wouldn't hurt to find an oil field at all. Over the past 8 farming seasons, the available tractors have emptied the Neptune's fuel tanks. And if things continue like this, then in the near future, we will either have to switch all agricultural machinery to firewood, that is, gas generators, or even put it on a joke and return to horse-drawn traction, which we really, really don't want. The good news is that salt is in the form of a salt lake found nearby in the steppe. Moreover, with such a concentration of salt that it is impossible to drown in it with all your desire. A kind of miniature Dead Sea. But that's all past business. And now the main task is to go down the Jordan River as far as the range of a specially assembled expeditionary radio station is sufficient, carrying out, in addition to geological exploration, research of the surrounding wildlife and flora. And of course it is his, Abraham Van Wyden's, responsibility to draw up a map and a location of Jordan, since in the future it is planned to use this large river, which is not inferior in width and fullness to the Nile, as the main transport artery, building new settlements on its banks.
Well, let's hope that it will be so.
Abraham Van Wyden glanced at the makeshift tray attached to the side of the boat.
More than 30 feet. Quite enough even for the Neptune, not to mention galleons and smaller river vessels. Oh, I wish I had an echo sounder instead of this shrubbery. But what's not there is not there. Weil.
Meanwhile, 3 boats were slowly carrying 12.5 researchers downstream. Yes, only 12.5. On the one hand, it's not much to go to a foreign, completely unexplored land, and on the other, 10 Marines armed with Springfield rifles are a formidable force capable of protecting 5 scientists from many misfortunes.
Yes, and the 5 of us, Abraham Van Wyden smiled.
We are also worth something, although we are, first of all, a well-functioning scientific team. Miguel de Torres is a physicist and astronomer who was unanimously elected head of the Academy of Sciences of the Colony of Israel. Michael Finkel is a rabbi, translator, and doctor who has completed a refresher course and is now able to silence any colleague from not only the 17th and 18th, but even from the 19th century. Yakov Stern, or simply Yasha, as he asked to be called, is a professional prospecting geologist, radio operator, and pilot of the only airplane in the entire colony of Israel so far. And Yakov's compatriot, Samuel Kaplan, a biology teacher who also fled to Germany from the Russian Revolution, made a scientific discovery on the very first day of his stay in Zion, identifying the description of the overgrown giraffe Indracaterium, a giant hornless rhinoceros that lived on Earth in the Tertiary period of the Cenozoic era and became extinct millions of years before the appearance of man. And now, hoping to discover new species of animals that have long since passed away on Earth. But so far, there have been no surprises from the local flora and fauna. Both banks, one wooded, the other steppe, maintained their depressing monotony. The forest was also represented by palm eucalyptus trees growing along the coast, and countless herds of large ungulates, classified by Samuel Kaplan as living fossils, roamed the steppe, grazing the lush green grass, such as the primitive bull and the primitive deer. This went on for 2 days, until quite unexpectedly, the Jordan, which had been flowing in an easterly direction, turned to the north. "And that's more than good," Abraham Van Wyden mentally stated, making entries in the travel log about the change in the direction of the current.
"And if this continues, then this is a real chance to penetrate into lower latitudes, which in Zion, with its exclusively belt climate, should mean significant changes in both the flora and fauna."
And so it happened. Before they had even sailed 100 kilometers, the surrounding landscape began to change rapidly. The forest on the western bank first thinned out, and then disappeared altogether, giving way to a flat, table-like steppe that smoothly turned into a hilly forest steppe on both banks of the river. The animal world has also changed. The herds of primitive bulls and deer grazing in the steppe were joined by Meritaria walking along the reed thickets, similar to giant tapirs, which immediately caught the lens of Samuel Kaplan's photographic weapon, as well as the huge Brantotherium, which differs from its terrestrial rhinoceros counterpart by having a forked horn in the form of a Latin letter Vi. Moreover, there was a whole Brantotherium family. In addition to the male, there was a slightly smaller female, as well as 2 cubs with small bumps on their noses instead of horns. Merrily waving their tails, the kids played, running along the coastal shallows, raising fountains of water spray, while the parents ate the dense thickets of coastal reeds. The picture was simply idyllic, and Samuel Kaplan, having replaced his photographic weapon with a movie camera, was able to capture invaluable footage of the life of the Brantotherium family in the wild, once again thanking God and the Royal Navy for including photographs and film equipment among the military cargo. So we swam another couple of dozen kilometers, and, after waiting out the next solar eclipse on the water, we stopped for the night in anticipation of a bright night. And since there were still more than 2 hours left before sunset, it was decided to devote this time to exploring the surroundings. Moreover, the hills that covered the steppe grew in height, becoming like small hills, showing here and there numerous rock outcrops that attracted Yakov like a magnet. Samuel Kaplan, tired of coastal photo hunting, wanted to collect plants, as well as get acquainted with animals living far from the coast. A camping camp was set up on a small island, after which 5 scientific members of the expedition, using one of the boats, crossed the channel, and, leaving the boat under the protection of a pair of Marines, headed for the nearest hill. They walked slowly, giving the geologist and biologist the opportunity to engage in scientific research. And, as it turned out, they were far from unsuccessful.
Cassiterite! Cassiterite is everywhere! The richest deposit!
Yakov, who was the first to reach the top of the hill, defiantly raised his hand with a piece of black-brown rock clenched in it. "Or tin ore," he explained. "The valuable metal is the base of bronze, and rare." In Europe, in the 17th century, tin was mined only in England, in Cornwall, Miguel de Torres summarized. "Congratulations, Yasha." Even if we don't find anything else, we didn't come here in vain.
Thank you, Senor de Torres. But we will find. We will definitely find it. Yakov broke into a smile. Tin, as a rule, does not occur alone in the ore, in most cases with accompanying, including rare metals. In Cornwall, for example, copper, zinc, lead, bismuth, cobalt, nickel, and tungsten are obtained during ore purification. And since the deposit here is very large, Yakov pointed to the neighboring hills, on whose treeless peaks glittered here and there outcrops of cassiterite rock, there must be a lot of accompanying metals. Well, that's great, Miguel de Torres summed up. And how is your catch, Mr. Kaplan? He turned to the biologist, who had a rather heavy botanical folder dangling from his side. I'm more modest, but I still found something useful for our colonial economy. Here, look. And Samuel Kaplan took out several stems of a plant from a folder, somewhat similar to the reed growing on the banks of Jordan, but with thicker foliage and stems. Sugarcane is a local variety, and with a huge sugar content, not like our imported terrestrial beetroot. You can try it. Indeed, the leaves and stems tasted sickly sweet, indicating a high sucrose content. I wonder if it's possible to cultivate it here, Michael Finkel asked. It's too far to drive. I suppose so, Samuel Kaplan said after a moment's thought. The climate, in principle, is similar, but we descended very close to the equator in longitude. 250 kilometers north of the parallel of New Jerusalem, Abraham Van Wyden suggested, which is not essential for the local climate. Well, then it's definitely possible, Samuel Kaplan confirmed. And we will have sugar, like somewhere in Cuba. Can you get a lot of alcohol out of it? Yakov suddenly asked unexpectedly. Yes, indeed. Why do you need it, Yasha? Samuel Kaplan looked at Yakov in surprise. You don't seem to drink, and thank God there are no alcoholics in our colony. Not for me to drink, Yakov smiled slyly. Tractors, and even my biplane can be converted to alcohol. Both diesels and gasoline engines can run on alcohol without any modification. And the power, unlike using the same gas generator, will practically not drop. The only limitation is for gasoline engines with temperatures close to zero, when alcohol does not evaporate well. But this is not the case in our latitudes. So it turns out that there is no need to look for oil. Finally, Miguel de Torres broke the sudden silence. In principle, yes, Yakov confirmed. Although I would look for it, you can make a lot of useful things out of it. But, by and large, alcohol has an advantage over oil, in the sense that it is a more easily accessible renewable fuel, the raw materials for which can be grown at home, unlike oil fields, which in Germany, for example, do not exist at all. And not only Germany. The nearest European oil field. But we'll talk about that later, Miguel de Torres suddenly interrupted Yakov. Looks like we have company. Or rather, not from us, but from them. He nodded his head in the direction of the herd of pigs grazing at the foot of the hill opposite the river. You see, the grass is waving, most likely a predator. Indeed, hiding in the tall thickets of sugarcane, some kind of predatory animal crept up to the herd of unsuspecting pigs, extremely difficult to distinguish due to the presence of a protective green color. Judging by the movements, it's one of the local feline breed. Samuel Kaplan issued his authoritative scientific conclusion, swapping binoculars for a movie camera, wanting to capture the hunting moment of an as-yet unidentified predator. Just in time. Suddenly, green lightning shot up from the grass, a deafening piggy squeal rang out, and a young piglet fluttered under the paws of a predator very similar to an earthly tiger. You saw it! You saw it! What's his name? Samuel Kaplan muttered in a voice trembling with excitement, without looking up from the movie camera. What shots? What shots? But it turned out to be just the beginning. Because in the next instant a huge boar detached itself from the herd of pigs running away in panic and, accelerating like a battering ram, attacked the tiger,
distracted by finishing off the captured prey with a kick in the side. He flew several meters away, turning over in the air a couple of times, but still landed, according to a well-known feline feature, on his paws, uttering a ferocious growl full of rage and pain, after which he staggered and collapsed on the grass without signs of life. The boar, having approached the already dead piglet, stood for a while, sniffing it, and then turning he walked towards the herd that had stopped in the distance, of which he was, apparently, the leader. Amazing! Tiger and wild boar fight. Moreover, the victory belongs to the boar. Samuel Kaplan turned off the camera. We need to go down and take off the skin. I hope the cleaver, wild boar, didn't mess it up too much. Just so that someone can stay here to watch, Michael Finkel suggested. And then suddenly this tiger is not alone. It's a good thing we don't have such people, otherwise they would probably have already killed someone. That's how we'll leave our guards, Abraham Van Wyden suggested, nodding towards the Marines running as fast as they could down the hill, obviously having heard the sounds of a tiger and a wild boar fighting and deciding that the scientific group might need help. They did so, handing one of the Marines a pair of binoculars just in case, and themselves holding their weapons at the ready, headed for the scene of the massacre. The predator killed by the boar turned out to be a tiger, but from the extinct saber breed on Earth, judging by the huge fangs of the upper jaw, it does not differ in anything but color from its terrestrial counterparts. But the gnawed pig presented a surprise, having ordinary hooves instead of flippers, like those of terrestrial pigs, which formed a new type of animal, the steppe pig. So, to summarize, Miguel de Torres looked around the audience. A tin deposit has been discovered. Once. A source of renewable fuel for machinery has been obtained. 2. 3 new species of animals and plants have been discovered. And all in one day. Incredible luck. He smiled. And now to the parking lot. The sun is already setting. And loaded with tiger skin, the small group headed for the expedition camp. Chapter 2. Treasures of the Orange Hills. After resting and waiting for the sun to rise, we sailed on to land again a couple of hours later, intrigued by the unusual behavior of the compass, the needle of which, to Abraham Van Wyden's great surprise, suddenly turned around in an east-west line and froze as if attracted by a giant magnet. A magnetic anomaly caused by a nearby iron ore deposit, Yakov issued a professional opinion. We urgently need to disembark and go on a search. Look over there. He pointed to a passing sandy beach. The sand is not yellow but reddish due to an overabundance of iron. We are already within the boundaries of the deposit. Indeed, the color of the sand on the shore to which the expedition's boats soon landed was with an unusual reddish tinge, which indicated the presence of such a variety of iron ore as red ironstone, which received the Greek name hematite for its blood-red color, and is nothing more than iron oxide or ordinary rust. It didn't take long to set up the camp, and therefore, in less than a quarter of an hour, the research team plunged into the gorge between the hills, on the slope of one of which there was a strange bright orange spot that aroused the burning interest of the geologist. Well, that's it, which was exactly what had to be proved. Hematite! Yakov pointed with a geological hammer in the direction of an almost vertical, reddish-red wall rising to a good 50 meters, forming a hillside and consisting entirely of only slightly oxidized iron ore from the surface. I'll take samples now. And it's possible. He didn't have time to finish, because the next moment the hammer was torn out of his hands, and after flying a couple of meters, the geological tool crashed into the wall with a crash. After that, the hapless geologist, who had jumped aside and, by pure chance, turned sideways to the giant natural magnet, was left without a rifle hanging on his shoulder, which was firmly magnetized to the hillside next to the hammer. A silent scene ensued, followed by general laughter, which, however, quickly subsided after it became clear that their owner was completely unable to tear off the magnetized objects. This is magnetization. Michael Finkel was amazed. But we can't leave it all here. I'm not throwing the hammer! I have only one! Yakov almost howled, trying once again to pull the geological hammer away from the hematite rock that had magnetized it. I should have taken that into account right away, but who knew? and the rifle is also valuable. Yasha, let's grab the belt together, Samuel Kaplan suggested. Abraham Van Wyden also grabbed the shoulder strap of his rifle. And it turned out. The efforts of 3 people turned out to be enough to tear the product of American gunsmiths from the hill, holding it so tenaciously, which, as it turned out later, consisted entirely of iron ore, and therefore possessed truly diabolical magnetization. Then they took up the hammer. But here I had to tinker, using the lever method, which reminded the audience of the words of the great scientist of antiquity Archimedes of Syracuse. "Give me a fulcrum, and I will turn the earth over."
And only then did the magnetic hill finally part with its prey.
After returning the property, they moved to a safe distance and began to discuss what to do next. On the one hand, a deposit of first-class iron ore, which will last the colony of Israel for hundreds of years, has been found, but, on the other hand, who said that there is only iron ore here, especially considering that there is a tin deposit nearby, almost nearby. But climbing natural magnets, risking being left without much-needed iron objects every minute, is still a pleasure. As a result, after weighing the pros and cons, we decided to limit ourselves to an initial survey of the area through binoculars, climbing to the top of the hill. Moreover, 2 people will go on exploration, a geologist and a geographer, leaving everything iron, and those who remain below will ensure them. Moreover, the existing terrain made it possible to keep scouts constantly in sight, and the range of the Springfield 1903 rifles discouraged any predator, including the saber tiger, from wanting to feast on human flesh. Part of the hillside was a natural staircase, and therefore the ascent was not difficult. The descent proved difficult, and not because the natural staircase suddenly collapsed, but because, however, everything is in order. While climbing up, Abraham Van Wyden accidentally noticed shiny yellow inclusions on a dirty white stone half hidden by a layer of earth. "Probably pyrite, Herr Van Wyden." Yakov bent over the stone and, suddenly turning pale, said in a voice trembling with excitement, "Gold! Gold, Herr Van Wyden, in gold-bearing quartz." And there was a lot of gold-bearing quartz around, and the closer to the top, the more. And not only with small gold flecks, but with whole veins of precious metal sparkling in the sun. But all this turned out to be nothing compared to the stunning sight that appeared before the eyes of Jacob and Abraham Van Wyden at the top of the hill. A huge bull-headed gold nugget in the center of a narrow plateau forming the top of the hill, and nearby, like ordinary cobblestones in the mud, lay smaller nuggets, the size of a fist, scattered all over the top. A rifle shot brought both of them out of their stupor, eloquently indicating that the scouts had delayed beyond measure. Well, of course, from the point of view of those who remain below, they didn't know everything. But anyway, I had to go back, taking a couple of gold nuggets with me as a souvenir, having examined the surrounding area before descending, which is the same low hills overgrown with stunted vegetation with outcrops of orange-red hematite rock. "Gold, gold," sighed Michael Finkel. "It has destroyed so many human souls." "But we don't use it here, Rebbe," Samuel Kaplan reminded him.
That's what makes me happy.
Michael Finkel cheered up.
But it is necessary to go and see this miracle of nature. It happens once in a lifetime, and not for everyone. Just think, a bull's head gold nugget.
"Then let's all go," Miguel de Torres said peremptorily. "Gerud Yeager and his fighters should also be interested." And so it happened. And as a result of the pilgrimage, by the end of the day, each of the expedition members, regardless of whether he was a scientist or a Marine, had acquired a small gold nugget, the size of his own fist, in memory of this magical place, because there was no other use for gold in Zion. But gold, as you know, is not only a means of investing capital, but also a stable, non-oxidizing metal, and therefore the entire territory of the Orange Hills on both banks of the Jordan River has been carefully studied. As a result, In addition to iron and gold, it was possible to discover a deposit of platinum and deposits of wolframite, that is, tungsten ore, a source that is so necessary in the production of tungsten electric lamps. And then the discoveries ended, and having assembled the camp, the expedition continued its journey down the Jordan. Everyone was drawn forward by the muse of distant wanderings.
Chapter 3.
Savannah.
What are they doing anyway? And who is it?
Abraham Van Weyden watched with perplexity and interest at the opposite bank of the bayou, where ostriches like shadows scurried in the dim light of Callisto flashing between the clouds.
Have you come to drink? It doesn't look like it. Then we would just stand on the shore and drink. And these, like herons, will enter the water, lower their heads, grab something, and go ashore. Of course, it is logical to assume that the fish. But with a channel depth of no more than a meter, what kind of fish can we talk about in the right amount for these ostriches?
So that's a mystery. Until the sun rises. Although there should be plenty of mysteries in the savannah, where Jordan made his way through the mountain ranges, but not for a geologist, but for a biologist. So, we are waiting for a new day. And indeed, with the sunrise, everything became clear. There was a steady stream of fish going upstream.
Spawn!
Samuel Kaplan announced. It was obvious.
And these,
He nodded towards the ostrich-like creatures sprawled on the shore after a hearty night meal,
decided to feast on fish.
Let's see what it is, or maybe it's not a sin for us. As it turned out, it's not a sin at all. Salmon were spawning. Delicious kosher fish, which made everyone very, very happy. Because firstly, salmon is delicious, and secondly, the skin from which, after appropriate dressing, you can get beautiful and durable leather for making decorative items such as handbags and purses, as well as necessary household clothes and shoes. A radio message immediately went off to New Jerusalem, and the travelers, having harpooned several fish, began cooking breakfast, periodically glancing at the opposite bank of the bayou, where the daytime life of the savannah began, warmed by the rays of the rising sun. And the first one to come for his share of fish turned out to be an impressive behemoth, which, however, despite all its size and power, did not consider it necessary to quarrel with the ostrich-like creatures resting on the shore, which Samuel Kaplan recognized as oviraptors. Wisely avoiding the lizard birds, he climbed into the water and, using his huge, gaping mouth like a net, began to swallow one fish after another, which made the travelers who observed this method of feeding laugh a lot. It was also captured on a photo and a movie camera by Samuel Kaplan, who suggested taking advantage of the moment not to arrange a hiking trip to the savannah, but to stay on the island, studying the animals coming to feed. And so they did. Soon, the first behemoth was joined by another, then another, and another. Lining up across the bayou, they also began to eat fish, which reminded Abraham Van Weyden of a similar picture he had seen on the St. Lawrence River, with the only difference being that there were bears instead of hippos. But not all fans of the fish diet chose to behave decently at this celebration of life. Towards lunchtime, the oviraptors, who were quietly dozing, suddenly became restless, and a new character appeared on the shore. Or rather, the muzzle. A large, bull-like hoofed animal with the head of a dog.
Entelodont,
Samuel Kaplan said in a trembling voice, grabbing his rifle. Climb through the channel, shoot, or he'll eat them all. But I didn't have to shoot. Growling, just for the sake of order, and showing the oviraptors a huge mouthful of teeth, the entelodont went down to the water and began to eat fish, merrily wagging its tail, becoming at the same time another object of cinema and photography. After that, Samuel Kaplan told the audience a lot of interesting things about this unique animal, which is one of the few representatives of predatory ungulates that lived on Earth at the beginning of the Tertiary period of the Cenozoic era and shared its habitat for some time with its equally ferocious relative, the andrews.
Were there any predatory elephants at that time by any chance?
After listening to the biologist's story, Aaron Yeager suddenly asked. Otherwise, Intelligent and Andrews can still be shot with our rifles, no bigger than a bull, but an elephant...
No, Herr Yeager, they weren't found. Samuel Kaplan hastened to reassure the commander of the Marines. An elephant can't be a predator at all. It's too big and clumsy. Although there was one representative of this family, Platybelodon, which, at first glance, could be mistaken for a predator because of the crocodile's mouth instead of a trunk. But he was also a herbivore. The most we could meet here from elephant-sized predators is some kind of dinosaur. But they're not here. Intelligent, judging by its behavior, is the most important, like a lion in the terrestrial savanna. And the oviraptors are rather a relict, possibly an endangered species, remnants of the past. Otherwise, pterodactyls with Archaeopteryx would have been flying over us long ago. So almost the entire Earth day passed in animal observation, after which the weather turned bad. A warm north wind blew a huge blue-black thundercloud, which spilled under deafening thunderclaps in an almost universal flood.
But there were no such rains on the other side of the mountains. Abraham Van Wyden drew attention to the unusual weather feature. The mouth of the Jordan must be close. And so it turned out. Chapter 4. Alien Footprints. It's unclear whether it's the sea or the ocean, but the water is salty, which means it's not a lake. Abraham Van Wyden, standing on a sandy beach, looked through binoculars at the expanse of water stretching beyond the horizon. And even if it's just a large sea bay or an inland sea, then this is most likely the end of the journey. Why take boats to unknown distances when there are ships? After all, Jordan is navigable along its entire length, not only for galleons, but also for the Neptune, and if necessary. But it is unlikely that this need, in the sense of overseas trade, will arise in the near future. There is no one to trade with. For in 2 months, having traveled more than 2,000 kilometers, they did not encounter the slightest sign of the presence of not only a civilized person, but also the very last savage. So the Rebbe is right. This world was given by the Lord to us, and only to us. And only our descendants will inhabit all its expanses, living in peace and harmony without murder and blood, as a single people united by one faith, one language, one law. And what has been done now in this expedition is just the first spark of the flame that...
The pyramid! There's a pyramid in the forest!
The cry of Samuel Kaplan running towards the camp, who a quarter of an hour ago went to the coastal cliff, towering over the mouth of the Jordan for landscape photography, tore Abraham Van Wyden away from contemplating the sea and thoughts about the future. A pyramid in the forest? What kind of pyramid? Did Samuel see the pyramid from the top of the cliff? My heart sank uncomfortably. So much for peace, exclusively for us Jews. Of course, you're dreaming. Jews have never built pyramids, except as slaves, but the Indians did. And in any case, in his 17th century, outsiders were not treated with special friendliness. And the Egyptians, they also built and kept the Jews in slavery for 400 years. Well, never mind. 12.5 rifles is a serious argument in negotiations, although this, of course, is up to Commander Aaron Yeager to decide. If an expedition is declared under martial law, he is in charge. Meanwhile, Samuel Kaplan, having reached the camp and caught his breath, began to report. Herr Yeager, there is a pyramid in the forest about 1 kilometer from the shore. There are 2 more buildings nearby. They look like houses, but with a flat roof. Everything is made of black stone. They are surrounded by a wall, like a fortress. As soon as I climbed the cliff, I saw it right away. Have you seen people? No, Mr. Yeager, and it's far away, and I don't have binoculars. And you know what kind of eyes I have. So go right down and warn me. Or should I have stayed and watched? No, Mr. Kaplan, don't. You did everything right, the commander of the Marines, and now also the senior of the expedition, said after a moment's thought. It looks like the ruins of an abandoned city. Otherwise, we would have been discovered long ago. But I need to see for myself. Yasha, get in touch with Mr. Stern. Let me know what and how.
Mr. Van Wyden, you're with me.
From the top of the cliff, there was a magnificent view of the wooded shore overgrown with tree ferns, in the depths of which, indeed, at a distance of about a kilometer, there was an obvious creation of human hands, which was a smooth, four-sided pyramid of coal-black color, in front of which two small, also coal-black cubes towered. And all this was surrounded by an ash-gray, rectangle-shaped wall, partially overgrown with ivy and other creeping plants, as well as the courtyard paved with the same ash-gray slabs of this incomprehensible architectural structure, with an obvious mix of styles. The Black Pyramid had a smooth shape in common with the pyramids of Egypt, rather than a stepped shape like the American pyramids. And with the pyramids of America, there is a narrow staircase built on the shore-facing side and rising from ground level to about 1/3, most likely before the entrance. The black cubes didn't look like any of the temples Abraham Van Wyden had seen in Egypt or America, and they didn't even look like flat-roofed houses, but like ordinary children's cubes, magnified many times and painted black. No less incongruous was the wall encircling all this jumble of geometric shapes, which clearly had no defensive significance. Tall but thin, with a complete absence of battlements, combat platforms and defensive towers mandatory for any fortress, at least in the corners, it gave the impression not of a fortress wall, but rather of a fence designed to protect against petty thieves and wild animals, rather than from enemies. What is your opinion, Mr. Van Wyden? What's it?
I don't know, Mr. Yeager.
Abraham Van Wyden lowered the binoculars. The pyramid is smooth, four-sided. In ancient Egypt, pharaohs were buried in such graves. This is a confirmation that this is the tomb of a local ruler, and two smaller black cubic buildings may be the tombs of his entourage. But in Egypt, after the funeral, the pyramids were closed and the entrance was hidden in every possible way. There is also a staircase attached, clearly leading to the entrance, which is typical of the pyramids of the Indians, who used them as temples. But why build a temple in the middle of the forest? And there are no traces of people, as well as construction work, Herr Van Wyden. And they should be. Aaron Yeager raised the binoculars to his eyes again. Not a single overgrown clearing. All the trees are the same height. The builders couldn't have dragged stones over the suspension bridge, unless all the trees were cut down and the new forest grew only later. But why? It's a lot of work. We stood and watched for a while longer, but without coming to any definite conclusion, except that this incomprehensible structure had been abandoned for a very long time. We returned to the camp.
Let's go and take a look, Miguel de Torres decided, having regained his seniority in the expedition due to the absence of immediate danger.
And whether it's a temple, the burial of a local ruler, or something else, it doesn't really matter. The main thing is that there is no one nearby. All we needed was a war with the locals. I literally had to cut through the forest using cutlasses like machetes. Then we went out onto a narrow, a couple of meters wide, concrete-paved road, along which we easily reached the gates of the wall surrounding this tomb temple. The wall was also made of concrete, and the gate was made of some strange carbolite-like material. Moreover, the gates were not locked and did not open as usual, inwards or outwards, but moving sideways. It's more like an abandoned monastery than a tomb or a temple. Miguel de Torres was the first to express his opinion about what he saw, and the head of the expedition had every reason to do so, because both buildings, similar to black cubes, nevertheless turned out to be residential buildings. And considering that the pyramid standing next to it, due to the presence of stairs, is definitely a temple, the assumption about the purpose of this building standing alone in the middle of the forest suggested itself.
I hope they're not pagans, Michael Finkel sighed.
It's a pyramid. That's unlikely, Rebbe. Abraham Van Wyden hastened to reassure the rabbi. As far as I know, the pagan Indians in the Americas did not have monasteries. Serving God by entering a monastery is an exclusively Christian tradition.
God grant it,
God grant it, Michael Finkel sighed again. We got along with Christians and Muslims, but with pagans? And this monastery reminds me of Russian Orthodox monasteries, said Samuel Kaplan. True, I have not seen such hermitages myself, but I have read that in Siberia, somewhere in the forest, in the wilderness, monks are building a monastery to maximize their privacy. But there is something similar here.
Not really,
Yakov objected. The fact that the place is very remote, yes, but they had air transport and more than one thing, and vertical takeoff, helicopters.
Here, look.
He pointed to the strange circles with a crosshair in the center, still quite clearly visible on the concrete pavement near both buildings. At first I thought it was a symbol of their faith, but then I decided not to. Who will trample on their own faith? But for orientation when landing a helicopter, that's the thing. Can we go inside? Aaron Jaeger suggested, who, like a couple of Marines, was already pretty tired of listening to the opinions of scientists.
That's right,
Miguel de Torres agreed.
because we're standing here, and it doesn't make it any clearer. But first, let's go around.
Circumambulating the buildings around the perimeter did not bring anything new. All the same windows on the upper, obviously residential floors, and another gate on the opposite wall, giving access to a garage located on the ground floor, or taking into account the storage of aircraft in it, a hangar. The gates, both the first and the second, were locked from the inside, but the door in the end wall opened easily, giving access to a semi-dark hall, which was suddenly illuminated by milky white light falling from the ceiling. And although the light was dim and did not differ in strength from the light of an ordinary electric light bulb in any of the houses of New Jerusalem, the very suddenness caused business. Aaron Jaeger, who was opening the door, jumped back like a bullfighter from a bull rushing at him, at the same time ripping the rifle from his shoulder. Both of his subordinates did the same, aiming at the doorway, while everyone else just froze, turning into statues. But fortunately, nothing terrible or extravagant happened. There was no monster waiting in ambush behind the opened door. And the handsome elder did not appear with the words, "Peace be upon you, good people." Just a working electric light. It turned on when the door was opened, Aaron Jaeger grumbled, shouldering his rifle. So there's a power plant still operating somewhere, or a settlement nearby, and there's a cable coming from there, he finished with obvious concern in his voice. It's unlikely by cable, Yakov doubted. There's nothing for dozens of kilometers here. Electricity is provided by the cladding. All this is a black coating on both houses and a pyramid. A solid photovoltaic battery that converts light into electricity. They showed us one in physics at the university. Complete similarity. I realized this when I looked at it up close. I just didn't think it was still working. Everything has been abandoned here for a long time. Yasha, for the future, be kind enough to report everything you guess right away, Miguel de Torres said with feigned seriousness.
Otherwise, you can get a heart attack from surprise. Okay, let's go inside.
Inside the hall, there was a staircase leading up and a door giving access to the hangar, which they decided to postpone due to the lack of lighting, starting the inspection from the top floor. And then the hypothesis about the monastery crumbled like a house of cards. On all floors, instead of monks' cells, there were laboratories, biological, physical, chemical, and God knows what others, filled with incomprehensible equipment. Monks who prefer science to prayer. I'm sorry, I don't believe it, said Aaron Jaeger, sitting down in a swivel chair on wheels, which moaned piteously under his powerful body. I don't believe it, that's all. This must be some kind of scientific center, Michael Finkel agreed with the commander of the Marines.
Aaron's right. Monks will not practice science instead of prayer.
And then the big pyramid is the main power plant outside and the warehouse inside, suggested Miguel de Torres.
We'll find out soon enough. And here's what I don't understand. One of the Marines decided to share his thoughts.
My brother is studying to be an engineer. So here, in New Jerusalem, everything is close at the university, and labs and classrooms and a library, and these guys built a science center, God knows where, And if you need any materials or books, that's how long it takes to get there. But I don't understand something else. Abraham Van Wyden joined the conversation. They have electricity. It means development, as we have on Earth in the 20th century. Then there should be a radio. Why don't we hear it on the radio? Or is it possible? Not all ranges are accepted by radars, explained the second Marine, the expedition's replacement radio operator. But the radio station on Neptune is all wave, and also nothing in 2 years. Unless all the locals died of some kind of epidemic long before we arrived, Samuel Kaplan said in a trembling voice. Then that explains a lot. They didn't die, they flew away. Jacob, who had been silent before, looked like a man who had just received a revelation from God. Do you remember the movie Spaceflight, where cosmonauts from Soviet Russia flew to the moon? Now imagine. You didn't just arrive, collect samples, and fly away, but decided to explore the planet in detail and comprehensively. And what will you need in this case? Yakov paused significantly. Stationary, long-term, scientific base. Scientists won't live in tents for several years. And what happens when the work ends? And what we see here and now. An abandoned space expedition base. Although perhaps not abandoned but mothballed, since everything works here. And the death of the entire population of the planet due to the epidemic? We would have quarantined it. Of course, some people would have died, but not all of them. I don't quite agree with you about quarantine, Yasha, Samuel Kaplan said in a cheerful voice. He didn't help much with the Spanish flu. But you're right about the fact that this is an abandoned, or rather mothballed space expedition base. That explains absolutely everything. Congratulations, Yasha. You're a genius.
Chapter 5.
On the path of progress. Do you understand what we have discovered here? Miguel de Torres said in a voice trembling with excitement after Yakov had finished accepting congratulations on his truly brilliant guess. When we first arrived here, we had the 17th century. When the Neptune arrived, it was 20 at once. And now I do not even know how many centuries or millennia we will step forward. We need to shake up this entire database from top to bottom and inform Mr. Stern immediately. You may need more specialists besides us. I don't even rule out that one of the galleons, if something large has to be exported. Did you hear everything? Aaron Yeager turned to the Marines. Quickly get to the camp and hand over everything.
And bring an electric torch on the way back, Miguel de Torres asked.
It is still unknown whether there are lights in other buildings, and the first floor needs to be examined here. The Marines went to take orders, and Miguel de Torres continued to announce a plan for further action. We are currently examining the second building. We're not going into the hangar yet, and to the pyramid. If there's a light there, we'll examine it. If not, we wait until they bring a flashlight, and then... Can we try to turn this on? Yakov suddenly suggested, nodding towards the table, on which there was a device consisting of a black vertically standing rectangle connected by electric wires to a keyboard lying on the tabletop, like a typewriter, and a small oval box with a pair of buttons and a wheel between them. It's very similar to the combination of a typewriter and a TV, he explained. But there is no such thing as what the text itself prints. That's what I thought. And if they not only printed the lyrics, but also how we, for example, recorded music on records. And then, if you enable...
Try it!
Miguel de Torres agreed without even listening to the rest. And the Rebbe will try to translate it if necessary. I'll try very hard, Michael Finkel assured. It's interesting for myself. And I think it will work. There are clearly letters on the keys, which means that the writing is not hieroglyphic, which is much simpler, not like the Chinese. Of course, Abraham Van Wyden, the chief linguist of the colony, mentally agreed, recalling his first trip to Batavia, where he was truly horrified to learn that each word of the Chinese language corresponds to one hieroglyph. The unfortunate inhabitants of the Celestial Empire. How can you remember so much? Meanwhile, Yakov, sitting in the wheelchair given to him by Aaron Yeager, studied the creation of alien technical thought for several minutes, and then pressed the button next to the power cable, and the device started working. The screen of the typewriter TV lit up with white light, after which an amazing color image appeared on it. The seashore and the crescent moon of Jupiter hanging in the bottomless blue sky. And in the foreground, as if on top of the main picture, there were red rectangles with inscriptions under them and a white arrow that shifted slightly when Yakov slightly moved the oval box. And it was already confidently crawling across the screen, repeating the movement of the oval box that lay in Yakov's hand, as if it had been poured. Further. More. Pointing a white arrow at one of the red rectangles, Yakov made it change color to a golden yellow. Clicking on one of the buttons of the oval box caused the rectangle to expand to cover the entire screen, against a white background of which smooth rows of rectangles of various colors appeared, again with inscriptions under them. Pointing a white arrow at the purple square with a black cross depicted at the top of the screen and pressing the button on the oval box again, reduced the golden yellow rectangle to its original size, returning the original red color. "It's like in my grandfather's accountant's office," Samuel Kaplan commented on what he saw.
The red rectangles represent folders, and the multicolored ones represent individual documents on different topics.
And so it turned out. It also turned out that the amount of information contained inside this amazing typewriter TV is truly enormous. Moreover, texts in the language of aliens, photos, and filming, including the builders of the space base themselves, very similar to humans, accounted for only a small fraction. Everything else, in Yakov's opinion, as the most technically literate, was nothing more than scientific information from various fields of knowledge.
"Okay, Yasha, turn it off,"
Miguel de Torres ordered after the returning Marines finally brought a flashlight.
"There are more than one day's work here. This electric library is not going anywhere from us. Everyone, let's go." We didn't stay on the ground floor for long, because we already knew from the photos we viewed on the typewriter TV that there were disc-shaped aircraft in the hangar used by members of the alien expedition to fly to various places in Zion and in near space. Moreover, Yakov, without trying to turn on anything this time, having tested the pilot's seat, declared that he would be able to lift this amazing machine into the sky, although the principle of creating lift was completely incomprehensible to him. The second, a residential building, was thoroughly examined, but alas, without much success. With the exception of the equipment in the medical unit, which Michael Finkel was extremely interested in, nothing new could be found. We started exploring the pyramid right after lunch, and immediately realized that we had come to something very, very important. The entrance, which turned out to be an airlock, was blocked by massive safe doors at least 6 inches thick. And even if they had the simplest lock, it would be absolutely impossible to get inside without using dynamite or other explosives. But fortunately, there was no lock. There was only a locking mechanism, as on the control hatch of a submarine, and therefore it was not difficult to open both doors. Obviously not from robbers. Miguel de Torres commented on such an unusual entrance design, searching the dark corridor with a flashlight beam going deep into the pyramid. Rather from the influence of the external environment, suggested Samuel Kaplan.
"There's not even any dust here."
"So is Sveta," sighed Michael Finkel. "The flashlight won't last long."
"We should look for a switchboard,"
Yakov suggested. "If this pyramid is a warehouse, as we assume, it is unlikely that the light here will turn on by itself, or the automation was turned off during conservation. And so it turned out. It was worth turning the knob on the switchboard installed near the door combing, and a bright milky white light flooded everything around, making it possible to examine in detail a not particularly long but rather wide corridor ending in 2 sides and 1 end, again with safe doors. "Well, Rebbe, you were worried." Miguel de Torres smiled and switched off the flashlight. "Now I'm almost sure that this base is not abandoned but rather mothballed, since everything is working here. So where do we start?" We decided to start clockwise, that is, from the left side door, opening which we realized that we had not made a mistake in the purpose of the pyramid. There was a circular tunnel around the perimeter, along the walls of which, going up to the ceiling, there were shelves filled with containers in which, with the expectation of centuries and millennia of storage, thousands and thousands of books rested, the receptacle of the wisdom of an alien civilization. "I shouldn't have translated the film," Samuel Kaplan complained when, having walked along the entire length of the tunnel, the researchers entered the already familiar corridor from the opposite door. "Who knew that they would print everything that was in this typewriter TV and hide it here?"
Not entirely for nothing, Abraham Van Wyden objected.
"And the maps of Zion. They may not be as clear in the photos from the screen, but where would we find them here? It's not just for 1 month of work, but to sort everything out. And it is not necessary that everything printed repeats what is in a typewriter. TV." Yakov supported Abraham Van Wyden.
They could only print out the most valuable. And the rest?
"They could," Samuel Kaplan agreed.
Yes, it probably was. Then it will be necessary to retake everything that is there. But that's when we get home. Otherwise, the film may still be needed.
"And 1 ship is enough for us to take everything out?" Aaron Yeager suddenly asked a purely practical question.
There's so much going on here.
"It may not be enough." Abraham Van Wyden quickly estimated the galleon's capacity.
Besides, we haven't looked at everything here yet.
"That's right, not all of them. It's still unknown what's in there." Miguel de Torres nodded towards the end door. "Otherwise, we may need not 2, but all 3 ships." Contrary to expectations, the end door turned out to be not another warehouse, but a rather large room with incomprehensible equipment installed in it. A massive ring with a diameter of more than 3 meters, standing vertically on a concrete pedestal, occupied its entire central part. And directly opposite the door, made in the form of a small podium, a remote control was mounted, from which, apparently, the ring was controlled. But it was not possible to understand what this work consisted of at first, or from the second, or even from the third glance. And finish the inspection and return to the coastal camp without revealing perhaps the most important secret of the pyramid. Not really. "Turn it on, Yasha." "Maybe that's how we'll understand something," Miguel de Torres ordered, and a cheerful insolence flashed in his eyes.
This moment!
Yakov, who was in exactly the same research fever, pressed the button with the already familiar alien symbol on, off. Nothing happened for a couple of moments. Then the screen on the remote lit up, and a gradually lengthening vertical line appeared on it, near which alien numbers replaced each other. "It's either charging or gaining power," Yakov explained what was happening on the screen.
Let's wait.
I had to wait for quite a long time, almost a quarter of an hour. But then the indicator line stopped lengthening, and Yakov randomly pressed one of the control buttons. And then, the unexpected happened. An image that was striking in realism and quality appeared inside the ring. An ash-gray, cratered rolling plain to the horizon under a velvety, black, starless sky, and a crescent moon of Jupiter, much larger than what the inhabitants of Zion are already accustomed to seeing.
A movie projector? Michael Finkel said with obvious disappointment in his voice. But what a quality! It's like looking out the window.
Abraham Van Wyden tried to sweeten the pill. I wonder how it is created. There is no movie camera anywhere, Miguel de Torres said thoughtfully and led the way to the ring, dragging the others with him. But the reality, as usual, exceeded all the wildest expectations. What was initially mistaken for an image turned out to be a window, or rather a door, allowing you to instantly move to Jupiter's second moon, Europa, where Miguel de Torres was the first to get to in his attempt to understand the essence of what was happening, stepping over the rim of the ring. And now all 7 of them, standing under the transparent dome, looked around with the greatest interest and surprise at the lifeless gray ash plain with traces of meteorite impacts, feeling an unusual lightness in their bodies. And if the crossing closes? Suddenly, like lightning, an absolutely obvious thought cut through Yakov's mind. Energy was accumulating there. And now. And it seemed that everyone else, as if sensing something was wrong, understood him without words, suddenly falling silent and frozen in place.
Back up, one at a time,
Aaron Jaeger gave the command softly, but with steel in his voice, who did not forget, despite all the incredible events, that he was responsible for the safety of the expedition, just in time. The passage closed behind him. "We did something incredibly stupid today," Miguel de Torres finally said. "If the crossing had been closed a little earlier, we would have simply disappeared for everyone, and no one would have found us for a very long time." "Not knowing the ford, do not go into the water," Samuel Kaplan quoted the centuries-old folk wisdom. "And we climbed into the steam boiler like savages, and let's turn the valves. It is still unknown where the other buttons open the transitions." "Most likely to other planets and moons," suggested Yakov. "This transparent hemisphere is something like a small scientific station with only instruments. And for the repair or removal of data, this instantaneous transition through the ring was made so that they would not fly through space." "It makes sense," Miguel de Torres agreed. "And in this case, without risk, without passing through the ring, we can observe from this side." "And take a picture!" Samuel Kaplan immediately supported the idea of continuing to operate the alien technology. "It's just a pity that it's not clear which button opens the transition to where. If Io hadn't been on the background of Jupiter, we wouldn't have realized that we were on Europa." "Yep." "I don't think there will be any difficulties with that," Abraham Van Wyden objected. "There are symbols on the buttons, and when the Rebbe deciphers their language, it will be possible to read which button corresponds to which planet or satellite." And it began. Opening a transition, photographing, recharging, opening another transition, photographing again, and recharging again. And the most interesting thing is that science stations equipped with instant transfer were installed not only on satellites and planets, but also in various places of Zion. In particular, not far from New Jerusalem, near the notorious Salt Lake. It seems that the desire to swim where you can't drown was inherent not only to the people of Earth, but also to scientists from an alien base. "That's it. Turn it off, Yasha," Miguel de Torres ordered when the last crossing was closed. "That's enough for today. We're going to the camp now. We're radioing Hera Stern, and let him decide what's next. But as far as I'm concerned, this expedition is over." And so it turned out. Taking into account all that had happened, the leadership of the colony of Israel decided to end the expedition and send 2 galleons to export the valuables found on the alien base. While waiting for the ships to arrive, the members of the scientific group were to study the materials available in the pyramid's storage, if possible, and Abraham Van Wyden, using the instant transfer point near the Salt Lake, arrived in New Jerusalem to pilot the ships. So for the first time, but far from the last time, the inhabitants of the colony of Israel took advantage of the fact that they were given a lucky chance. 3 months later, Abraham Van Wyden safely brought Abraham and Moses, loaded with the wisdom of an alien world, to the island of Zion, thus opening a new page in the history of the colony of Israel. Chapter 6. We are each other's starry echoes. Epilogue. The Solar System, Planet Earth, the Middle East, the Negev Desert, the Israel Defense Forces Radar Surveillance and Control Station. Is that all? A middle-aged man in a low-key civilian suit, who looked somewhat like a university professor, looked questioningly at a young woman sitting at the keyboard with the shoulder straps of an IDF captain and 2 sergeants, the main culprits of the incident, who clearly felt somewhat confused in the presence of an entire Mossad general. It's not every day that their radar station, lost in the vastness of the desert, is visited by top intelligence officials, and even for such an unusual reason, to put it mildly. But how well it all started. We debugged and set up the receiving antenna, having conducted the required set of tests, and were about to report on readiness, when suddenly a strange radio signal from the depths of space, and in it a message from an extraterrestrial civilization, and not from some little green men, but from Jewish compatriots who, as a result of spontaneous teleportation through the Einstein-Rosen space-time tunnel, landed on a viable satellite of a giant planet orbiting in the habitable zone around 23 stars in the constellation Libra, and created a space colony there, and now they are trying to get out, to contact the mother planet. No, at first, of course, they didn't believe me. You never know who could make such a sophisticated joke. As you know, Israel has enough well-wishers. But when we analyzed the signal and, after rummaging through the World Wide Web, we found full confirmation of the facts stated in the message. Not at all. More photos, from different periods of the colony's life, from the foundation to the moment of sending the message. With a click of the mouse, a gallery of photographs appeared on the monitor screen, slowly replacing each other. The New Jerusalem under construction and the ships anchored. New Jerusalem again, but already completely rebuilt, with rows of neat, like toy houses and a central square, on three sides of which rise, apparently, the town hall, the synagogue, and the university. Another photo. The New Jerusalem will be many years later, somewhat similar to a megacity, but without the skyscrapers characteristic of planet Earth, and instead of the fields that once surrounded the island of Zion, all the same toy houses and magnificent bridges over the Jordan River. Another photo. The central square of New Jerusalem turned into a museum, where 4 17th-century galleons and a steamboat from the 20th century, covered with a transparent dome on stone pedestals, are forever frozen. Monument to the founding settlers. More and more photos. Industrial and agricultural settlements, an airport with rows of disc-shaped aircraft on the airfield, a radio astronomy observatory, from whose huge antenna the message was sent, and finally, the alien base, a wide plateau surrounded by a concrete wall, 2 scientific and residential modules, cubes, and a 4-sided pyramid stretching into the sky, silent evidence of the creation of extraterrestrial intelligence.
That's it now. Although, the captain thought about it.
Of course, there may have been more files, but the Earth rotates, and the antenna's receiving cone is very narrow.
It's not critical. That's enough for us, the general smiled. And now about the current situation. Your actions will be recognized as correct. The information has been withdrawn. I hope I don't need to remind you about maintaining secrecy. And yet, the general paused.
I've looked at your personal files. You're all scientists, and since you've gotten into all this, I suggest you join my team.
And what are we going to do? One of the sergeants asked. And what is happening today? And what the U.S. Air Force has been doing and is doing under the Blue Book program?
Yes, and we have one, only under a different name.
Well, do you agree?
The eyes of all 3 of them, which lit up with the keenest interest, were more eloquent than any words.
That's great!
The general smiled again. Then get ready. We are flying to South Africa to the Cape of Good Hope in the near future. We will look for the transition point. It is still possible to believe in the accidental opening of a tunnel in the 17th century. But at 20, when the Neptune was transferred, it was already too much. There is a clear pattern here, so we have to find out who or what opens this tunnel. Otherwise, at the radio communication level, 85 light-years away, we are just the stellar echo of each other.